Welcome everyone to Totally Online Gaming Group's Twitch channel for our one shot tonight. We're taking a break tonight from our normal D&D session from our campaign and decided to have a little fun and adventure by letting everyone have 20th level characters and kind of kit it out with some pretty cool magical equipment and stuff and just see what a 20th level party can do. So that's what we're doing tonight. Uh, Announcements, as per usual. We got to give our shout out to Critical Hit Gaming Supplies. So, Jacob, if you want to take it away, or if you want me to take it, totally up to you.
Going ahead.
All right. So, Critical Hit Gaming Supplies. It's an awesome website, awesome people. They got dice bags, miniatures, rollout maps, game mats that you can draw maps on, dice trays. They're even printing out dice towers now. So a whole bunch of cool things that they've got there. And remember, if they don't have the miniature that you're interested in shown on their website, well, there are not enough picture slots available on the website for them to show everything that they can print. So if you don't see something showing up in what they have for miniatures on the site, go ahead and message them in the contact us section. Send them a message and say, hey, I'm kind of looking for a miniature like this. You guys have anything like that? They might very well, because they've got a huge selection that they can do. So go ahead and contact them for that and check out their stuff. It's at www.criticalhitgamingsupplies.com. So check them out and make sure that at checkout you use TOGG15, TOGG 15, to get 15% off your purchase. Other shout out, want to say awesome to the Nomad Touch store. It's we're now officially ambassadors of Nomad Touch. Nomad Touch is a business that has some cool gaming related stuff. For example, I put out on the Instagram a picture of the mat that I got that goes under my keyboard and mouse. It's really cool gaming mat, and I really enjoy it. I put that out on Instagram, and they've got a whole bunch of other things, cool decorations, all sorts of stuff, gaming related. Check them out. And the really cool thing about it is 30% of the purchase price when you buy something there goes to charity. So I mean that's a pretty big chunk right there that they're willing to give up to charity. So I think that's a great thing. It's going to help fight hunger and poverty around the world. So check them out. Other than that, unless there's any other announcements, anyone? No? Okay, I think that's it. And so right now, we're kind of doing low tech style due to on the road. So I want to thank Eurydice for hosting the stream through the channel right now. So thank you very much for that.
No.
But without further ado, we will get into this level 21 shot. So, you 5 adventurers find yourselves sitting at a darkened corner in a tavern, waiting for your contact to arrive. Over the past several months, the land has been ravaged by dragon attacks, as well as several hooded, robed figures running around prior to the attacks, killing and looting and just making a general mess and chaos of everything happening in the land. The rulers of the kingdoms in the area have not been able to stop them, have not been able to do anything against the onslaught of these dragons raining fire and lightning and acid and all sorts of powerful, dangerous breath weapons upon their cities and towns throughout the countryside. The only thing that is known is that someone is controlling these creatures. Someone is in charge of them, and that someone seems bent on destruction across the land. They must be stopped. The kingdoms have come together to you, glorious heroes who have proved yourselves time and time again against perilous foes and dangers untold. And they said, please, can you save us? You've spent the last 3 weeks searching for information, trying to find the whereabouts of this mysterious puppeteer who controls the dragons and seemingly a horde of robed figures that follow around in the wake of the dragons, collecting all the loot and things left behind. That has led you here to this tavern in a small town where you await word from someone who said they may have information for you. As you sit there, a few patrons in the bar are sitting at other tables, ordering drinks or eating food, talking amongst themselves, but nothing seems very lively. Everything is subdued. Spirits are low. Eventually, you see the door open once again as the rain gets swept in by the furious wind blowing outside, almost knocking over with it. Entering the door is a small figure, about your size, Spoon, who happens to bundle themselves up in a cloak, and a little head peeks out from under the hood and looks around. All you can really see is the little eyes kind of glistening in the low light that is in the tavern, and they fixate on your table. Eventually, this small individual pitter-patters their way over to your table and scoots in on an empty chair, standing up on it so that they can easily see over the table at all of your wonderful smiling faces.
Smiling.
Spoon does not smile.
Neither does Dalian.
They pull their head back, and before you see an interesting sight, not one you would expect to see in such an establishment as this. But a small goblin stares back at you and says, "You are the ones who have contacted me."
Oh god, it's a goblin.
I may have the information you seek, but I fear for my own safety if I give it to you. How can I be guaranteed I will
Sounds
not
like a
be
personal problem.
How can I be guaranteed I will not be killed if I divulge such stuff?
Well, who are you afraid that might kill you?
Why does it matter?
Why does it matter?
Well, look at it this way. Either you give us the information and we can stop the person who's killing everybody, or you don't give us the information and you still end up dying.
Not necessarily. Giving up the information would surely be death, unless I had guarantees. Not giving up the information,
Yes, but
I
you
wouldn't
still
be
met-
hunted by...
You still met with Spoon and Spoon's group.
I got that voice!
You have still met with Spoon and Spoon's group. That means you are still willing to give information away. That means you are a traitor. So they will kill you, no matter what. So give us information.
Only
You
if
sounded
I-
Russian there for a second. Give us information!
A Russian kobold.
Can I make a persuasion check?
Yes, but before you do,
No.
as this goblin is looking around at all of you, why don't you go ahead and so anyone watching knows what your character looks like and what they're all about, each one of you take a turn and describe your character. So I'm going to just start with the way I'm seeing the camera feeds here in Discord. So we'll start with you, Spoon.
Okay. Well, Spoon is a tiny little red kobold, and Spoon is wearing a very fancy cloak, and has a what you might think is like a big wooden staff, but upon closer inspection, it's a giant wooden spoon that with magical runes carved into it. And Spoon has a necklace. It's got like a blood vial on it, but also dangling on the necklace is another wooden spoon.
Because the blood vial. Blood vial's not the weird part.
No, it's another wooden spoon with other little magical carved symbols on it. So that spoon is near and dear to Spoon's heart.
Okay.
And Spoon also has a nice, pretty headband that just has a nice, pretty jewel and is very different from all of Spoon's aesthetic. Just like Spoon is wearing very nice clothing, but Spoon is a gremlin on the inside.
Nice. Okay, so next we'll go to. Do you want it pronounced Jean or is it Jean or something like that?
It's Jean.
Jean. Okay, so next is Jean.
Yeah. You have Jean. Just a simple human female. Dressed also in a very fancy cloak. Got it dyed magically somehow to be pink. She's got black hair. She's average height, pretty build. She does also have strange runes on her as well. It's very weird that that's a common thing going on in this world. And she's constantly writing in her book.
Okay. All right. Next, we'll move on to Darius.
Okay, Darius, thanks to one of his feats, he is now 6'5". He's a fairly tall individual. He used to be 5'11". He's a very fit man. He used to be the son of the king. His older brother decided to betray him, so he got fucked over pretty hard. Got to watch his wife get killed in front of him. His brother branded him with their family seal on his chest and left him to die. Over the years, he gained all this knowledge, but he moved away from the noble fit garb and he started to wear the more rugged, roguish apparel. So he started to wear more leather armor or outfits and stuff like that. He loves to wear his cloak. He has fairly medium hair, tied into a bob in the back. He's got a beard. It's fairly medium. He's got parts of it beaded up, but other than that, he just leaves it alone. He's near and dear to his shield because Dalian tried to stab him. So
She tried to stab him one night, so now he sleeps with the shield on his chest.
All right, so that actually moves us next into Moss.
Alright, so Moss is a 3'6" gnome. Really, really old with a completely balding head, with a full beard from the start point of his ears to the tip to the middle of his chest. And wearing just kind of, he has underneath this like red merchant stuff, like a red merchant clothing standard, and then from there he has this half plate piece put on top, and sitting next to him, well, standing next to him, you see this horse that's not quite horse size and isn't a real horse but a metal horse.
Okay. All right. And last one. Or maybe a Mosgen horse? I don't know. All right, so last but not least is Dalian.
Dalian is a half-drow woman who, despite that, all of her features are very much drow. She has the ashen gray skin, bright amethyst purple eyes with wispy silver hair that's pulled back into a high ponytail and reaches all the way down to her hips. She, unlike her friend Jean,
Yeah.
she wears entirely black, from head to toe, leather, in her roguish armor. Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Kinky.
I see the look on your face. And she has one predominant scar that goes from the top of her forehead all the way down to her chin over her right eye.
Okay.
And she wears a long black cloak and has the hood permanently pulled up.
All right. Very good. Okay, so that's kind
And
of a
she's actually playing the God, what's it called? It's you use your knife and it's like
5-finger fillet.
yeah, that.
yeah.
And she's just like bored doing that on the table.
Spoon is
the,
watching
the,
fascinatedly.
the game I like to call "Stab Yourself, Please." Okay, so
Stabbed me hand 5 times already. Should have done the
Yep.
first 4.
all right, so that's kind of a character rundown of what everyone's character looks like and a little bit about them. So now I believe Spoon, you were attempting to persuade this little goblin who had approached you. So go ahead and roll your persuasion check.
Wouldn't they get advantage since Dalian was also technically doing that just a little bit prior in assisting and trying to coerce them?
If you had said right away that I want to assist, I would allow advantage. But at this point in time, no. We're just gonna go a straight roll.
We're level 20s. We got this.
You know
Exactly.
what? I got a 10 on that. So, but I'm gonna use my Tides of Chaos thing because I'm a wild
Okay.
magic sorcerer.
Okay.
Get another roll.
Okay.
It's the same number. Actually, it was an 8. I rolled an 8 and plus 4.
Okay.
So
So,
that's
actually, it improved by 2. Okay. So that's
No,
not.
I rolled
not
the same
horrible.
number twice.
Mm.
Oh, I see. Okay. So let me just see here. What? I'm just gonna roll. Okay, that's going real slow on the screen. And
Love our
Give me
first
a
point
number,
of
Harry.
contact. We're already trying to kill him. Already
Trying to kill
threatening.
him.
You're gonna die either way.
It's not wrong. Either he gives us the information and we can possibly save him, or he doesn't give us the information and he dies anyway.
right, so he looks at you, basically staring eye to eye, whereas some of the others, even them sitting down, Darius looking at you,
Spoon is 2.
he would
3.
have to look up.
Spoon is 2-3, so he's
And-
like leaning on the table with like his face.
Okay.
His face on the table. So
Crooked ass nose just chilling on the table.
yes.
Well, this guy doesn't seem to be too much taller. Maybe he might be more like Moss's height. So a little bit, maybe he's got a foot on you. But, in a chair next to the table, there's not much difference. And
Wait,
as
how
he
tall
looks
is
across-
Spoon?
2-3. 2-3.
Oh, he's so
He's a
precious.
pocket kobold.
Spoon is non-binary. I keep messing up the pronouns, so don't mind me.
Spoon is
So-
precious.
This goblin looks across at Spoon, and you see he seems to be considering your words. He kind of scratches his chin with the 4 wiry, scraggly hairs coming out of it, one coming out of a very ugly looking wart. He kind of plays with the hair a little bit as he kind of looks around and thinks and says, "So, you make a good point.
Spoon always has been.
But can you provide me some kind of assurance of my safety?"
Spoon can whack you.
Unless you plan on constantly following us around everywhere.
Yeah, Spoon picks up his big. Spoon picks up their big spoon. And Spoon can hit you with Spoon. Is that insurance?
His his eyes kind of narrow a bit, and he goes, "How is being hit any kind of assurance?"
Um,
I'm pretty sure you're thinking insurance
Can I-
fraud.
hearing that and knowing that Spoon is a sorcerer, Dalian is going to lie and say, Spoon's a sorcerer. They're just going to give you a bit of good magic to make sure you can't get injured.
That is all Spoon will do.
Okay. Roll a deception check.
Spoon is assisting.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. I'll give you advantage because you're looking at him waving your spoon around, and you are
Smiling.
claiming that this sorcerer has power that can protect you.
I got a 21.
Okay.
Darius would
well,
also just like to know why he would be afraid in the first place.
Yeah.
So Darius
Like,
asked you
who
that?
is he truly afraid of? Who is he truly afraid is going to kill him? Us or his clan? Or horde goblins?
He looks up at you, Darius, and at the same time, you see him kind of side-eye over towards Spoon and Dalian, and he's kind of looking back and forth between you three for a bit. And he says, "If you can really put some kind of magical protection on me, that satisfies. But we can't talk here." And he looks up at Darius. "I will tell you, but not here."
Spoon.
Sounds good enough for me. Spoon, bonk
Bump
the
him
good
with some
goblin.
magic.
Spoon is gonna get up from her seat, walk over to the goblin, whack him with her spoon, and is just gonna cast detect magic on him.
Okay.
And,
It's a
Jesus.
spell.
and since I used that Tides of Chaos
It is
thing,
also-
I can roll. You can
Yes.
roll the wild magic search before you roll the spell.
Yes, and which is the absolute first thing I'm having you do.
Yay!
So roll it, and we'll see if it really is detect magic that happens.
7.
7?
7.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Okay, so I need you to roll 8d6.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh God.
As you bonk the goblin on the head,
Oh no! Oh no!
and a
Disintegrates?
fireball
Put something
and
on-
a fireball centered on yourself erupts in this cavern. So I need you to roll an 8d10 and everyone to roll dex saves.
You mean
Oh,
86?
good God. We're off
Can
to
I
a good
use-
start.
Can I use my uncanny dodge?
Uncanny dodge, all that does is that's going to help reduce the damage once it's taken, but you still would want to roll first because I believe you as a 20th level rogue should have evasion and
my
therefore
spell
would take
DC
no
is
damage.
23.
Do I,
I
have
believe you would
evasion?
have-
Hang on.
You should as a 20th level rogue.
Yeah, I do.
It's 20.
I'll just do
So-
that.
It's
Oh.
29.9.
Yeah.
I got 23.
I was
Well, that's all you needed.
Wait, that's a saving throw.
Yes.
Is that
Yeah.
And
right?
I got a
That's what we're
28.
doing?
Want to roll a saving
Okay.
throw.
I was gonna say, isn't this like it's considered like casting of a spell still, right?
Oh yeah, it is casting spell.
I could, yeah, I'll just counterspell it.
Oh,
Okay,
that works.
so
I'm used to this.
well,
I'm used
well,
to
there you
this.
go. Well, there you go. So as Spoon, as you whack this goblin on the head, which is quite a nice thwack impact on his skull, and obviously he doesn't enjoy it, and you send a powerful magical surge through yourself, focusing your energy on just kind of doing a little detect magic to maybe fool him. All of a sudden you realize that, oh wait a minute,
Oh no.
damn it, that's not
Oh
right.
no. Oh no!
And Jean, eyeing you closely, and having spent many, many months and years together as a group, Jean recognizes that, crap, Spoon didn't get it right again, and immediately sends out a counterspell, which snuffs out the magical essence before it can come to fruition and kill everyone else who isn't you guys.
Good
And
shit.
this
It was more of the tavern people I was trying to protect.
Yeah, and this little informant who doesn't necessarily have the hit points and saves and all that you guys do.
Would I have killed the goblin?
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. Even if they miraculously managed to save, which would have had to been a natural 20.
I could have soul caged them, but I just didn't want to do that. I didn't want to get hurt.
But the kind of leakage of magical energy that happened due to a counter spell and the start of a spell, from what you can tell, the bonk on the noggin and that little bit of theatrics, this goblin seems convinced as he's rubbing his head and looking at you and smiling.
Dalian
Anything.
subtly from behind Darius so Spoon can see will just give Spoon a thumbs up.
And Spoon just smiles. That kobold smile.
And the goblin actually says to you guys, he says, yes, just like the shaman Baruch used to do. Good. We need to go somewhere a little more private. Do you have a room somewhere? In the inn?
We turn.
Or somewhere else?
Just turns and looks at Jean.
Uh-oh. We could just step outside.
Do the thing.
Or just here to drink.
Chanting that, just do
It's
the
our
thing,
bandana.
do the thing.
Oh
Do
gosh.
the thing.
What happened to you?
Surprising how you actually have an excuse to use this now. This is nice.
I have way too many spells that create things.
Is it just gonna create a giant thing in the middle of the town? And is it
Oh, I'm definitely not burning an 8th level spell.
okay? So
I'm
it's not
doing
that
a magnificent mansion.
one. Okay.
Okay.
Just a door.
So where are you guys leading him?
Oh wait, never mind. I forgot magnificent mansion. I just opened a portal, then we walked through the portal. It had a
Mhm.
weak space. So yeah, 7th level spell though. Yeah.
Just clear off our table, and then we're like, all right, let's walk through the door.
Yeah. So Jean will spend 1 minute taking her calligraphy set and start painting real quick as she draws a door, and then she just flips the spell out as she casts Magnificent Mansion. And yeah, a beautiful ornate door appears, and she just opens, and she's like, "Well, there we go."
And a couple of the patrons in the bar and one of the servers kind of stare wide-eyed as they see this door that doesn't seem to have anything connected to it. Just
It's a door.
appears a few feet away from your table in the middle of a room here. And you all get up, open the door, seem to walk through it, but surprisingly do not come out the other side as it would appear, since it is just this freestanding door. And then when you close
Darius
the door
would just
behind
like to
you,
make the comment before we leave, saying, "What? You've never seen a door?"
nice.
I'd like to think that Spoon has acquired a collection of spoons from the vast journeys that this party has.
He just takes the spoon off the table.
Yeah, Spoon just takes a spoon
No.
each adventure, and Spoon has
Oh,
just hoarded
every
them.
restaurant you go to, you just own the dining set.
Exactly. The dining set is just
Spoon
part of Spoon board.
Spoon has their own like shelf
There.
of spoons in the Magnificent Mansion somewhere?
Yes.
I will say, the Magnificent Mansion on the inside, it just appears to be like a cherry blossom grove. So it's just constantly raining petals on everyone.
Dalian's going to immediately just turn and go, is the constant pink necessary?
Yes.
Spoon starts shoving flower petals into their mouth.
It brings out.
My eyes are purple, not pink.
You can just turn to smoke
It's a
when
good
you
accent.
leave. It's a good accent.
And as you guys close the door behind you, in the tavern, it just seems to vanish. Again, leaving the few patrons that noticed and the one server kind of sitting there, jaws agape, eyes big as saucers, thinking, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You are
Who
now
didn't
inside
stiff
the
them?
mansion. Yes. Yeah. You are now inside your cherry blossom grove of a magnificent mansion. And
There's still a pile of spoons somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
and the goblin looks around and goes, how did we get here? What is this place?
Sarcastic, dead-faced jazz hands. Magic.
Spoon lightly whacks Dalian with their staff. That was Spoon's answer.
Sorry, Spoon. I'll remember next time.
Okay. And you're sure we can't be spied upon? Like,
Not unless
100%.
they somehow snuck through the door. Kind of how that works.
He turns around and stares at the door, looking around it.
It's fine. I allow people enter my grove. If you're not allowed, then you just don't go through. You just walk through the door. You just pop out the other side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Kind of shakes his head. Well, I guess I should tell you things. And he kind of wanders over to one of the trees and sits down and leans up against it.
Spoon starts eating the flower petals like popcorn.
Oh gosh.
Don't eat a cherry blossom petal.
Jean will clap her hands as
Like
the
talking to a
unseen
dog.
servants will start preparing dinner.
Spoon is a dog. You have to monitor Spoon.
Spoon,
All
spit
the
it out.
time.
Spit that out.
No.
So
Those
as he
aren't
sits against the
consumed.
tree, so as he sits against this tree, he pulls a pouch off of his belt, opens it up, digs around inside a little bit, and then he pulls out what looks like a patch that still has some cloth remaining around it from whatever garment it had been torn off of. And he lays it down in front of you guys, or kind of at his feet, and says, This came off of one of them. Those robed ones. The ones that there have been reports of before, all the big flying lizards come in.
Can I roll? So earlier we mentioned that he needed protection because he would be betraying someone.
Yes,
Can I roll an insight check to see if he's actually telling us the truth?
absolutely.
Would a passive 17 notice?
Wait one.
I was like,
And would a
"Fucking
passive
roll."
26 notice?
Passive 26 insight.
Yes.
I have a 17.
Yeah,
don't think I,
Twins.
that pretty much. And actually, what is the lowest passive that anyone has
I have an 18.
I have
for insight?
18.
insight. I have 17.
17.
I have 11.
You're just a dad.
Moss is not
That's
wise.
Moss.
Yeah, Moss is
Okay.
not wise.
Okay, well, guess what? Even Moss picks up on this.
Okay.
Hey!
Good job.
He
I may not know everything.
he is, as far as you can tell, and Dalian, with you having the pass of 26, you definitely pick up on the nuances of it. He is not lying, but he's not telling everything right now.
Saying calling you a truther.
Spoon, with a handful of dirt in their mouth, will sit right next to the goblin.
Spoon, no.
Dalian!
No, yeah,
Literally on
Dalian.
its way.
And Spoon will whack him with the spoon again. Tell us truth. Tell Spoon truth now.
While Spoon's doing that, Dalian's actually going to move over to where the goblin's sitting and place her foot right between its legs against its stomach because of how much smaller it is and go, "You come here to give us information and yet you're withholding it."
Tell Spoon.
Can we not have violence in here, please?
Calm down.
I will
Calm
need
down. Let him
intimidation
talk.
Christ.
I will need either an intimidation check from straight from both Dalian and Spoon, or one of you rolls with advantage.
What do you have for intimidation?
+4.
You do it, because I only have a +1.
Oh my god.
Oh man, you
Oh, yeah,
need
let's
me
have
for this part.
+1.
Oh, good.
Plus 11.
23.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey, there you go.
Okay.
I also have my stroke
As
of luck. I can just force myself to pass.
as you say these things to him, you're bonking him on the head. You're up kind of in his face with your foot,
Like
pressing
holding
up
him against the tree, essentially.
the tree. Yep. You can tell, especially thanks to your high passive insight, that he is clearly terrified. But you pick up that most of the terror is not of you. That even though you said, okay, we cast magic on you to protect you, and you've taken him to this supposedly secure place, he is frightened out of his mind.
Is it the cherry blossoms?
Pink is a dreadful color.
It is definitely not drunk.
Dalian's going to turn and wave for Darius to come over and go, "Darius, you talk to the goblin. Whatever he's afraid of, you're the only one that could probably convince him it's not that bad."
Alright.
Spoon is a good talker.
Do you have a name?
Oh yeah, that is.
So you approach him and you ask him his name, and he kind of looks up at you curiously for a second and says, "No one ever asked my name.
Well,
No
no,
one
I'm
thinks
asking.
I'm that important."
Well, I
I'm
can't
Muktuk.
just talk to you without knowing it.
Muktuk.
I
Muktuk?
am Muktuk. Yes.
Muktuk, what are you afraid of?
His head turns down a little bit. Him.
Huh?
The one in charge.
Who's the one in charge?
He does not have a name. Not one. That,
Everyone had a name at some point.
not one that is spoken. They just call him Master.
Is he the one leading the dragons?
His head nods up and down a little bit, but he's still kind of looking down and doesn't say anything directly.
How long has he been your master?
A long time.
And why are you betraying him to give us information about him?
He kills. For no reason. He killed Muktuk's best friend.
Ah, personal
No,
revenge.
Have you thought
Blap,
of trying to
blap.
go somewhere else?
I'm trying right now. He kind of looks up. He says, well, with a couple tears you actually see in his eyes as he turns his face up towards you.
Oh god.
He killed Blap. Blap did nothing wrong. Blap followed his orders. And he killed others, many others.
So where is he?
To the east. In the mountains.
What are the
Which
mountains?
specific range?
I can show you. And he goes into a bag, a larger bag on it that's kind of attached to his side. It's more like a haversack or not like a backpack, but more like a satchel on his side. And he pulls out this small scroll and unrolls it, and it looks to be a map of the continent. And you can see this vast, wide mountain range to the north that curves down around the east. And you see all the lands in between and south of the mountain range and to the west of that big mountain range. And you see the city that you are currently in, or should say small town, of Talaran. And it looks to be, according to this map, quite a ways away from any mountains to the east. And you see he takes and he points over to the mountains in the east, and in one in particular, one that is actually named and drawn larger on the map, says, here.
Darius,
crater.
can you keep track of that on your maps?
Yes, I can.
The crater horn. This one. Which anyone who has history can roll.
I shall roll
Wait.
since.
Nope.
Well, here's something I might know.
A 28.
16?
Let's
Okay.
see.
Okay.
Oh, goodness, a 30. I should know this. I was around forever.
Okay. All right. With a 16, you've heard the name before. You don't know too much about it other than that's some mountain to the east somewhere. The 28 and the 30, you guys know specifically that the Crater Horn is one of the highest peaks. It's a named mountain on its own. It is one of the highest peaks on the continent, and it is in the Sawtooth Range of mountains that have a few of the tallest peaks are located in there. That being the tallest of those in the Sawtooth. They are very old, very jagged, very tall mountains, and they are rumored to be the home of many, many dragons. Saying the Crater Horn, specifically you, Moss, with that 30, you actually know rumors of two very old dragons that live in that mountain, and
I use
why it
those
sticks
for-
why it sticks out to you, and why that would be interesting information, is that dragons, for the most part, with the exception of when it's time to make more dragons, are very solitary creatures and prefer to have their own area that they hunt alone, their own range. This is my zone. But there are two of differing colors that seem to have been paired up, and there are rumors of them
Are they black and white?
This pair living in the mountains, specifically somewhere on the crater horn.
Would this information be shared with the rest of us?
Yes, Moss would share it, and then at the end of it, just. Yeah,
I want 'em
I
here-
use this a
Hear
lot
Moss
to,
actually like disseminate it.
It's what I use to trick people into buying some of my bone marrow that I sold. Made them think it was from the dragon's dens. Worked pretty well.
Spoon
Of
just
course
calls
you
up to
did.
Moss. Spoon just calls up to Moss and just goes, Moss father is wise.
Fair.
So, this guy who's running around with a pack of dragons terrorizing the continent is also hiding out in a known cavern with 2 rumored dragons.
I mean, that sounds pretty normal.
Yeah, I also
Yes,
have a
that's-
dragon.
Is none of this sounding like a badly written book to the rest of you?
You have a dragon?
I mean, it
For 1 minute.
admittedly it does sound cliche, but
I mean, I have a dragon.
Oh, you also
Spoon,
have.
you don't-
No, you don't, Moss.
Spoon mimics being a dragon.
Oh. Oh yeah, I guess that's yeah. No, I know a spell that creates a dragon.
It's a great dragon.
And then Spoon will just like curl up around Moss, just Moss father.
Come on, Spoon, stand up.
Muktuk looks at you guys and answers the question you had. Yes, that is where Master lives, and where all of us, we down by the base, the bottom.
So tell me, Muktuk, what is something that you have seen your master get very easily angry over? Something he cannot stand to occur.
Anyone not doing what he says right then, and then if he changes his mind and didn't want it done and you already did it, getting pissed that you followed his orders.
I do it.
I was thinking more like something
wife was
specific,
that
like
way.
a specific creature or person, or
Mm,
Spoon will irritate
Just-
and easily.
Just anything. I mean, I don't spend time with the master. Blap did, but now Blap's dead. We killed him.
By any chance, does your master have a teleportation circle? Do you know what a
What?
teleportation? Yeah, okay, never mind.
Think that's
a circle on the ground with weird
Yes.
runes that he can appear and disappear inside of.
You mean a hole?
No, it's a drawn circle in the ground.
Yes, there's like symbols.
No. I never spent much time around him.
I just meant anywhere near there.
Not that I know.
Okay. That
So-
Never
makes
seen
sense. You gotta live for a little.
It let me see the material from one of the creatures you were talking about. And she's gonna hold her hand out and be like, and do like a gimme motion.
Yeah, and he hands you the patch, which, like you said, it does have some cloth that's still attached to it from whatever garment it was sewn onto. And when you look at the patch just looks to be an X. It's just an X in a circle. The only thing that stands out about it is the background of the background color behind the X is just kind of a light tan color. The kind of rim around the edge is white, and then one of the cross pieces of the X is red, and one is green.
Do any of us recognize this?
Yeah. Like at all?
I would say that. Yeah, go ahead, Gene, if you had a question there.
Oh, I said I would look at it
Okay.
Would look too.
when you gather.
Sorry, not green. It's red. One cross is red, one is blue.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys have seen this. You've seen it on some of these robed figures that have been seen in the presence of a wave of, young dragons coming and attacking villages and towns, and a wave of these robed, cloaked followers of various sizes. They all seem to have that patch right on the sleeve of their cloaks, and so you've noticed it in that some of them, when people have tried to fight for their lives, have actually taken down one of their assailants, and the body was left behind. And in searching some of those sites of attacks, they've found some
Stallion,
people with these patches on them.
she's gonna turn to the goblin and go, so all you can give us is a single patch and a mountain location with rumors of dragons. But you can't give us any weaknesses, you can't give us a name, you can't give us fortresses, nothing else.
That's all I have, but he's the one in charge. He's the one that
Is he a magic user?
controls the dragon. I guess. I mean, he controls dragons.
You don't need magic to control a dragon.
You don't?
No.
His eyes go big.
Not necessarily. They're
You-
highly intelligent creatures. You could
You know
easily
how?
just speak. If you knew Draconic, you could just speak to one and get it to listen to you.
I can speak Draconic.
Of course you can speak Draconic.
So he looks at you, Darius. He's like,
Darius.
and he's looking back and forth between you two. He's going, so, what? Is that dragon?
Yes.
So, do you know how to control dragons?
Spoon is dragon.
I know how to
He looks
kill
at you.
them, but that's about it.
Kobolds are descendants of dragons.
He stands up and kind of looks at you, and he's about a foot taller than you. So he's kind of looking down, and he's like, "You're too smart to be a hatchling. You're very small for a dragon."
Kobolds are descended from dragons.
Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Do.
Well, Spoon has been insulted very much.
How?
Spoon, they've called the goblin.
I'm gonna burn through all my spell slots.
And compared Spoon to a child. So.
No, he said you're too smart for a hatchling.
I mean,
Yeah,
hatchlings
he
are
didn't insult
children.
you.
Compared him to a child and
Okay.
called him small.
Okay.
So.
Can Dalian just reach over and grab Spoon's head and pick them up, and just look at them and go, "Do not throw a temper tantrum."
Called Spoon small.
Spoon, you're 2 feet tall. You're fun-sized.
Shall we move to the banquet hall? The food's ready.
Food.
And Dalian's just gonna reach up and
Food?
shove Spoon into her hood around her neck, and be like, "Spoon, behave."
And then Spoon, like, with Spoon's giant spoon, just
Oh,
like
God.
changes into a broom, just like, flies away, flies towards the banquet hall. Meow.
And Muktuk looks and kind of, there's banquet. You have food?
Yes, I
I could.
feed 100 people here.
Ooh. And he seems very interested in that.
Dalian, picking up on that, she's just gonna smirk a little bit and look at the goblin and go, "Let me guess. If we give you food, something might jog your memory."
And he kind of looks and probably not. I told you everything I can think of.
Dalian's just gonna turn to Jean and Darius at this point and goes, "He's given us practically nothing.
I mean,
give us a location.
yeah, we know where to go now.
But we have nothing else except for a location known for rumors."
How many times has this happened to us in the past?
Not a lot, seeing as normally once I stab them, they squeal.
Okay, well, you're not stabbing this one. And I'm
I
pretty sure none
will
of us want to hear
say,
squealing.
if we do kill him, I could just capture his soul for a period.
I'll hate to go into my knife.
Oh, this will be very awkward. Of us fighting over souls.
Essentially, anything she kills with her dagger, the soul immediately goes into her dagger, up to 5 souls.
Darius is gonna look at Muktuk and be like, Muktuk, best of luck to you. I hope you've got a plan. I'm gonna go eat.
He's given us practically nothing. And he's an informant?
Are you an informant? I turn back to the goblin. What was your job title?
At this point, Spoon has come back from the banquet hall, just like, I don't know, dirt in his mouth.
Why are you still
How
eating
did you manage to
dirt?
put dirt in your mouth when there's food?
Spoon thinks dirt tastes better sometimes.
I mean, everything does taste great here.
Even the dirt?
Yeah.
Why don't you take a bite and find out?
I'm
So do you-
I'm good.
And
Had my
So,
fill.
Gene, do you actually ask?
Oh
do you
yeah.
actually ask him if what his job was, basically?
Yeah. What is your job title?
Okay. I
I feel like we're
take care
about
of
to be disciplined.
stuff at the base of the mountain in camp. I carry things and I
You were a servant.
walk from one spot to another.
He was a servant.
I think it was a servant. I think
So-
more a slave.
Do you know any area, like any ways to get in that we wouldn't be seen?
To the mountain?
Yeah.
Spoon can teleport
Oh.
us there now. We can just go to
Oh.
mountain and
That kind of information would be very valuable.
There's many
Dalian might not
caves in
even
the
stab you.
There's many. He looks over.
Always
at Dalian,
cares.
and
Oh,
he kind of scoots over closer to Darius, kind of a little bit behind his, one of his legs, as he's looking at Dalian, and he looks back up at Darius and he goes, I hope not.
Wait, what did he say before that? I didn't hear you. You cut out.
Said you tell us about that kind of stuff, and Dalian might not stab you. Is what he said.
Dalian's just gonna raise an eyebrow and go, "I might still stab him if it's not worth it."
Spoon can just teleport us there now.
but
Yeah,
can you
it's-
teleport to a location
Hang on.
you've never been?
One more question. Supposedly there's dragons. Goblins are obviously part of his forte. What other races have you seen there?
What questions you want me to answer? You're asking me a bunch of questions and not letting me answer.
Yes.
Then be quicker.
She's impatient.
I can see that. So which one you want first?
I feel like we should know what all is in there first.
I've seen like people like you, and he points to Gene, a human. And
Darius is a variant human. He's
okay, and
I'm also a
But he's
very
also
human.
he's also huge.
yeah.
He's very, very tall. He said
5
some
entire foot taller than me.
some like you, but bigger and bluer.
Oh god.
Some, well, none. Well, I've seen some like you, but not. And pointing at you, Dalian, but not at the camp. I just where I grew up.
You've
And-
seen drows.
Yeah.
Of course, we're also going to run into drows when we deal with dragons.
Just well, not around there where I grew up. You have to go real deep to find them.
Give us the
tend to avoid that.
information.
So, question.
They are not other places.
Out of game. When he said bigger but blue, was he talking about a troll or orcs or Goliaths?
I was going for Goliath.
Give anyone who wants to know that information straight intelligence check.
Great intelligence.
Oh
eh?
boy,
20.
that'd be one of the things I can do.
Ah, I got a 20.
Got a 19.
2-2.
All right. Anyone who got over a 15
Oh,
is
yeah.
pretty sure he means Goliaths.
Oh, I figured.
He continues on. He said, "My clan used to live around Craterhorn and the mountains in the caving systems, so kind of know the caves, and that's when the master came and all these other people came. They kind of made us work for him."
Do you have a map of the cave systems?
The audacity.
Why would I need a map? I grew up
Oh,
there.
say, helping people figure out where to go.
Nobody needs to know where to go in there except us. And I know those caves like the back
She's
of my
just
hand.
gonna turn and look at Jean with like a dead expression. She's like this close to stabbing the goblin.
Once again, if anyone kills the gun that does not imprison its soul, I can literally just see through its eyes, like places.
So do you want me to just stab the goblin? And she's just gonna gesture the goblin loosely with her dagger after pulling it out.
Spoon raises their hand.
I think you muted there.
I didn't
I
hear
hear
you.
There,
Me?
Spoon, I think Spoon, I think you're muted.
Oh no, she's just holding up her hand.
Well, no, she said something.
No, my mic is just weird.
Oh, okay.
Spoon says, Spoon sees two choices. We either have small goblin thing lead us through mountain, or we teleport directly to on top of the mountain place and just blow everything up. Spoon would like to do the second option.
Or third option, which is we stab him and Jean uses his soul.
And you say this out loud?
Yeah,
He's
she
not
doesn't
going
give a fuck.
anywhere. Yeah, he's stuck in here. You can't leave.
And Spoon
And
is
she still has her foot on him.
Spoon.
I-
Spoon. That.
Well, last he said he was hiding behind my leg.
Yeah, he's
That
hiding
means
So
you
you're
just kick him.
gesturing at
Behind
me,
his leg.
and I'm pulling my shield out.
He's just slowly moving his shield to in front of his chest, which means she will do good on the threat of the stab.
So are you trying to intimidate him?
Fuck it.
And I guess because me pulling the shield out kind of helps
Yeah, 'cause, like, she will
solidify.
stab.
Even I'm scared. Don't stab me.
Who has the highest intimidation out of all of us?
Well, you're the one
I
who's
do.
intimidating right now.
Yeah.
You're the one who's
all right,
You're
fuck
the-
it.
you're the one rolling.
I got a
But you are
19.
rolling at advantage. You are rolling at advantage.
Oh,
because-
okay.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, I think I have the highest intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, with advantage, I roll a. Yeah, 19 was my highest one.
Okay. He's already scared. He hasn't really stopped being scared.
Gonna make him piss himself. Stop it.
Please don't.
And
He's on my leg.
and I will say I won't even have you roll because your passive insight's so high. He seems like he is trying to rack his brain and answer your questions to the best of his ability. But it's clear, you can almost see in his eyes that he is almost mentally shutting down because he's getting so scared right now that he thinks that no matter what he says, he's probably going to get killed for it, even though he thought you had
She's just
promised.
she's just gonna sigh in annoyance and put the dagger away and walk past Jean, heading towards the banquet hall now, and she's like, "You deal with it,"
I'll try.
and just continue to walk towards where all the food is and go, "Spoon, let's go."
It's a 9-course meal. Have fun.
Small Goblin has given us all information that he has.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he can draw a map for us of the cavern
there was
systems.
also the potential possibility of being led and or just
true, yeah.
teleporting. It
Speaking of
wouldn't-
which,
Goblin might be
and
illiterate.
he's going to walk toward Nuktuk.
Spoon speaks in third person by choice. Goblin does it randomly.
Dahlia's just gonna turn and look at Spoon and go, "That's my choice."
Yes.
So
Spoon
I
has
thought
an
no one
aesthetic.
taught you how to speak properly.
Like I wouldn't have tried to get them to stop.
That's fair, Moss.
Spoon's fathers taught them how to speak properly, but Spoon has an aesthetic to keep.
And Dahlia's she's gonna lift her finger to argue it, and then she's gonna look at Jean, and then she's gonna look at herself and be like, "That's a good point."
why did she look at me?
I
You are all
wonder why,
aesthetics.
Jean. Look at all the pink.
Calming.
All right, so what were you trying to
This
do
is
there,
not the
Mom?
red.
Right, so Nuktuk, would you be willing to lead us through these caves to get to a place without being seen? I'm sure I can
I suppose
make
it's
sure it is worth your while.
as long as you keep that one from stabbing me.
Oh, I can do that.
She has a knack for wanting to stab people. It's just her thing.
It's how I made
can
my
see
money before I got stuck with you.
This, and he's gonna go and fiddle for a second, and he's gonna use one of his minor tinker things. He's just gonna make a little clock. He's like, "Oh, how about this? In exchange for this really, really nice clock,
What?
lead us through that area, and I promise that she won't stab you." And I'm doing this for persuasion.
Right.
And I get this. And he points to the clock.
Yes, it's really nice.
Okay. Roll your persuasion.
Spoon will actually land down near Moss and tap the clock with their staff. That is now a big spoon again.
Mhm.
And is just gonna like pretend to cast some magical spell on it, so it seems like enchanted or whatever. So it just looks like extra persuasive or extra cool.
It'll be a 24.
Okay. So yeah, so you gotta okay, and you have advantage. So if you can get higher than that, and you want to roll to see, that's up to you.
I did.
Not try again.
A 27.
Okay. So he kind of reaches out his hand for the clock. Can I see?
Of course. He hands over the clock. The clock Our hand does not move at all, but the minute hand moves as if it was seconds.
It's like,
It's very fascinating.
This
It
is
actually
really-
moves faster in time.
it's really neat.
Crazy.
I don't
Spoon
understand it, but I like how it looks.
Spoon says, Spoon has put enchantment on it, so if you get hit, clock will make a big shield and stop you from getting hurt.
It's really fucked up because I could actually do that. But I'm not.
Okay. And so I can have this?
Of course, it's free of charge this time. Next time it will be 5 gold.
Oh, okay. And he
What about
tucks it
session?
away in kind of under his jacket, like in an inside pocket somewhere in there.
Spoon immediately goes over to Darius, tugs on his shirt or whatever to like get him to bend down, and whispers in his
The
ear,
shield.
"Quick, punch him!"
What's that to me?
No,
That
it's
was
to
to-
Darius. Because there's no shield on that clock. It would just be funny.
Darius is just gonna shake his head at you slowly. Just no Spoon. You guys have maimed and bonked said goblin multiple times today.
I didn't do any maiming.
You threatened the shit out of him. This entire
Spoon.
time, I've wanted to progress along this pathway to this beautiful feast that I keep hearing about,
It is quite lovely.
but I haven't been able to
Spoon.
taste a single fucking thing.
Yeah, Spoon, just so you you know as well, since you used Tides of Chaos and you'd cast your spell and I had you roll, you actually get Tides of Chaos back.
Oh, okay, cool.
So make sure you uncheck that on your sheet
Okay.
because I had you roll on the chart, you get it back
Cool.
even though you haven't had a long rest yet.
Cool.
That's kind of how that works. It's neat. So, okay, so
Dinner time.
Nuktuk continues walking with you as you head towards this banquet hall and this feast that he keeps hearing about. And eventually, you guys sit down and you're eating, and he starts describing his home, which seems to be the caverns inside of the Craterhorn Mountain. And while it doesn't seem like he can put into words or in any meaningful way down on paper a pathway, a description, it doesn't seem like it's for lack of trying. It just seems to be that that's not how goblins think, at least as far as you can tell. But he clearly has good memory of the caverns themselves and the places inside the mountain, and seems confident when you probe him for questions and stuff about it, that he could potentially lead you from somewhere less visible near the base of the mountain through the caverns and at least get you close, although he's never been exactly there himself, to where the master has his place in the mountain. He could get you quite close to that. He knows where caverns close to where that's located would be, but he's never been allowed to go up into those caverns, and they never would be, because the big flying lizards tend to hang out in those places, and they like to eat little guys like him.
Wait, I wasn't paying attention. You said they like to eat guys like who?
Like Nuktuk.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant Spoon, and I got worried.
No. So, as you're discussing this, he says, so if we can, I mean, it's a long travel to get there, but if we get there and you stop the master, and me and the rest of my clan will be safe. So I would very much like to get going as soon as we can.
So we have to take the goblin with us.
I guess so.
You're muted.
No, I heard her.
It's true. I am.
No,
muted.
he's muted.
God damn it. God
Son
damn
of
it.
a bitch!
I feel like
Freaking damn it.
Oh, I mean,
Like, kinda gosh darn.
I would assume that TOGG would probably be our best bet to get through these places. He knows it better than any of us.
Spoon agrees.
mm,
Why do we have to deal with the goblin? Why can't we just let Jean use his soul to gather the information
Because
herself?
not everything needs to be killing. Yet.
we could revive him afterwards.
Exactly, it'll be fine.
No! I'm sure he doesn't want to die. Do you want to die, TOGG?
No, no.
No, think about it.
You would be
See,
brought
there
back
you
to
go.
life
He doesn't
right
want to die.
afterwards. You would be brought back to life right after.
It's an 8-hour spell, by the way.
Not
It's fine.
really feeling that. No.
You'll be in a tiny
This is a
cage.
Wholesome
you know?
question. Do you want to die?
Yes.
Being in a cage doesn't sound fun either.
Spoon thinks that killing goblins would be too much of a hassle, and bringing them back would be too much of a hassle.
That is true. I
Spoon thinks we should just keep
it's-
goblin creature alive for now.
Then can we cut out the goblin's voice box?
No, because goblin
I
needs
mean,
to guide
yeah,
us.
we need to talk, yeah.
Then can we gag it until we need it to speak?
We can keep
Issue
it
with
in a
this
secret
goblin.
room
What is he
from you.
doing?
His voice is annoying.
Yeah.
Here, no,
I will
no,
make them
Darius will
everything.
agree. Darius will agree with gagging the goblin, and what he's gonna do is he's gonna look at the goblin, and he's just gonna shove a chicken leg in your fucking mouth.
You think that there's chicken legs here? Wow.
Tofu
I'm
chicken
assuming.
legs.
You said
beautiful
beast.
banquet.
I'm assuming there's chicken.
Meat.
Yeah, there's meat. Oh my god.
It's
Either way, that's the form of gag that I will
It's actually
apply
like-
to. Just
actually like quail or some
Yes. Yes.
or some fancy bird.
It's a
all right. Well, then
pheasant.
it's just a handful of food.
Spoon has given up on the dirt and the flower petals, and is just eating one of those fancy cooked birds, and it's like just taking handfuls.
Meanwhile, Dalian is focusing purely on the nuts and berries and cheeses.
There's also desserts. It's
You gonna
my
diet?
courses, you guys.
Drows
Maybe
don't
all day.
typically eat most foods like that. They actually focus more on cheeses due to molds, fungus, berries, and dried fruit.
Yes, drows definitely prefer to put nuts in their mouth.
God.
I'm not even
Damn
a
it.
whore in this one.
Well,
God damn it, DM.
who is DM? You always bring up this person.
Don't worry about
Ross
it.
is our fourth wall breaker.
direct messenger. I don't know.
DM sent
Don't worry about it. He's a person who sends messages to me. I don't understand it. 400 years of
All right.
living, you still do this shit.
So, so, what do you guys do at this point?
Spoon says we take rest because Spoon used spell slot.
I was gonna say rest since I just cast this entire place and it's for 24 hours. So
Can I use him as target practice?
No.
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 I mean, there's an
I
archery
would use
room.
blunt arrows.
There's an archery room. I've just made it. Go crazy.
Just not
Whatever
with
you
him
guys
as your
want.
target.
I can create this place.
You're gonna stay with me. Janjo!
I
You see the
made a
horse kind of
goblin
climb
room
up.
for him, but okay.
All right, Jojo, it's your job to put him on your back and watch him. I swear to the gods, if you lose him, you'll be dismantled this time for sure.
Are you
Yeah.
talking to your mechanical horse?
Yes, you can understand me. Isn't that right? Dumb.
And you, Janjo, actually, you get the head kind of bobs up and down, and it stomps its hoof a couple times.
Okay.
Moss
Perfect
Father-
understanding.
Moss Father, Spoon will make sure Genju does not lose Goblin Creature. And Spoon will fly next to the horse.
Okay.
This is crazy.
All right. So you guys all go to bed for the evening. I assume?
I guess.
I
Spoon-
suppose so.
Spoon has a nice spot set up for the goblin next to Spoon's pile of spoons that Spoon sleeps in.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
What kind of spoons? Metal spoons, wood
All
spoons?
spoons.
All of them.
All spoons.
There's
Yeah.
one golden one in there somewhere.
A couple
And
ladles
the
as well.
Spoon's guest bed is actually sporks, which are not good enough for
Just
Spoon.
stab the people.
There are a couple knives in
Just
there as well.
disappointing spoons.
Yes.
They don't have
Maybe a
Period.
fork or two. This isn't a good spoon. That goes in the other pile. So, you guys all get the benefits of a long rest,
Woo!
Yay.
and
Woot,
you wake up.
Not that we did
I
anything.
did it.
Yeah, I
Well,
was
some
like,
of you did.
yeah, I burned a lot of spell slots.
Look at your
And-
son.
Magic teacher
You wake up in the morning,
bones.
and first thing in the morning, as always, food is available and prepared thanks to the magic of your mansion.
Nothing right.
And it is it's a fantastic feast laid out before you.
Before Spoon consumes breakfast, Spoon just takes a handful of dirt, shoves it in their mouth, and then she starts eating breakfast.
Is that how Spoon brushes their teeth? Is just dirt?
Well, Spoon swallows it too. It's just like, dirt.
Oh,
How they could
mouthwash too.
Tastes like chocolate.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't dirt, Spoon.
Janjo, can you do that yet?
Oh, gosh.
So, at breakfast, Nuktuk says,
Whenever you're all ready to depart, I'm ready to go too.
So are we teleporting or are we gonna take the merry way round?
Food can get us there. They know how to do it pretty well. We've done it plenty of times.
If it fails,
Without it backfiring?
yeah, I'm ready if it backfires.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
Goblin creature, will you describe this place for me?
okay, so Nuktuk goes into detail about a specific cave that he knows about that he thinks would probably be the best place to start because it's fairly well hidden. It's pretty far away from the encampment where all the cloaked figures stay that boss around his clan, and it provides a good pathway from there that he knows how to get through the different caverns and passages to where he said he can take you to. So he goes into pretty great detail on it, talking about the what it looks like and everything. So you can consider for this spell, for this casting a teleport, that you are would consider it very familiar.
Okay.
Right.
So Spoon suggests we all go outside in case something happens. We do not wish to have flower petals burned.
Oh, it wouldn't affect, but okay.
Spoon also. I'm not sure if it'll work in the mansion.
It probably would not.
Moss, you would definitely know.
Yeah,
Right after that, you could tell him. Well, that won't work in here. We have to be on the same plane, and this is a
We're,
separate plane.
we're in a whole other world.
I might say a whole new world.
No, we would not say
Who's
that.
ready to walk back in the tavern and scare the shit out of them again?
That sounds like a fun idea.
true. Oh gosh, they're not going to be ready for this.
Okay.
Can I go first?
Sure.
All right. Moss opens the door. What's up? We're here. We're back.
And you open the
Italian's
door
just gonna
to-
pop up above him and go, "Hello."
And then Spoon
when
runs
you
out.
op-
There's a fire
when you-
in there.
when you open the door and you come out, there are less people in here than there were the previous evening.
Oh, we lost our audience. Fuck.
But there still wasn't even that many in that evening. You look around, you see like maybe a total of 5 people here, including the staff.
Spoon is also
And-
just throwing a fake fit. Like there was a fire in there. Trying to.
And pretty much all of them, is as you're coming out this door, going, "Hello, everybody," and there's a fire, and they're
So
they're all just looking and kind of shocked. You actually, one person who was sitting at a table very close by to where the door just magically appeared out of thin air, actually falls out of their chair and spills their breakfast all over the ground. But other than the initial shock, everyone seems to kind of they just kind of move out of the way a little bit and try to avoid whatever the hell is happening here and
Then
let you carry on your way.
Once everyone is out, Spoon is just gonna be like, it's just Spoon like makes the grabby hands for like hold my hands.
Before I close my door, I'll please deep clean everything. Then I'll close the door.
Clean up. Make sure the floor is all nice and even again. So from all
Yeah,
the
fix
holes-
everything.
from all the holes-
Put the fire out.
I swear, if there's a fire in my place.
And then Spoon will, right in the middle of this tavern, cast teleport on.
Oh no!
Okay. Okay, I need you to roll a percentile dice.
Okay.
And if it backfires, Jean.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm pretty sure that's a good. It is a 60.
Okay. All right. And now I also, because this is greater than a first level spell, I need you to roll a 1d20. And unless you want to be causing some chaos, you want to roll greater than a 1.
10.
Okay, so spell seems to go off normally, and you actually find yourselves as the world momentarily kind of blurs around you, and then it snaps back into a focus, but the scene is completely different as you look around and see yourselves in the entrance of a relatively decent sized cave entrance, maybe about 15 feet across, 15 feet high. And this looks to you, Spoon, pretty much exactly how Nuktuk described it to you.
Spoon just goes. Spoon did it. Spoon did it.
does it look okay? He kind of like talks quieter.
Stallion's gonna glance around. So we're inside a cave in the mountain.
You're inside the entrance. You can actually see where you're at. It looks like the sun's a little bit higher in the sky than for the time of day from where you left, which makes sense as you traveled east quite a ways. But you're getting that light coming in through the entrance to the cave, enough that you guys can see without any low light or dark vision needed at this point in time. There's enough light filtering into the cave. So you see each other, you see the area around, and the opening goes out from the mountain, and it looks like it slopes down outside that cave entrance, maybe a couple 100 feet at most before it looks like it gets to the lowest level, like a valley floor. So you're definitely
Darius
not
is gonna
that
look,
far up the mountain.
Sorry. Darius is gonna look at Nuktuk and he's gonna be like, "Hey, so does any of this look familiar to you? You start leading us from here. Do we
Spoon
need to
is still
start
doing
walking
their
somewhere?"
victory dance.
Yeah, Nuktuk goes.
Darius will pat Spoon on the
Yeah,
head.
this is it. We have to go this way, and he points into the cave.
Spoon just goes.
Oh.
Spoon, wait.
Spoon did it. Spoon's excited.
Congratulations, Spoon. We still need to think this through a little bit more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce
Okay.
my familiar.
Can I use my primeval awareness?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. How do I expend that?
Okay. Let
It
me.
says
see if I
expend a
can-
ranger slot. Sorry.
A spell.
Yeah, ranger spell slot. It should be. Where is that? Yeah. As an action, you can expend one ranger spell slot, and then you get 1 minute per level of spell slot that you expend. To sense whether any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of you, or within up to 6 miles if you are in your favored terrain. This feature
Oh,
doesn't
what was
reveal
my
the creature's
favorite
location
terrain?
or number. That's a good question.
Darn.
Favored terrain.
I think you did forest.
Yep,
I
forest.
think I did forest. Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
it's on a sheet. Forest.
Um,
So, yep.
Spoon is gonna wander up to Moss and just say,
Spoon can disintegrate people. We don't need a plan.
I'm the one who said that, Spoon.
But Spoon
Who was
can
talking to
disintegrate people.
Do I detect anything within 1 mile?
There is a celestial that's hidden in my cloak.
Okay,
You have a
then.
celestial
So
hidden
it
in your
says
cloak.
the feature doesn't reveal the creature's location or its number. It just tells
Oh,
me
you
where
just,
it
you
is.
just know, yeah. There's a celestial near you. Then I do have a
Yeah,
familiar.
Yeah, you would. You would know that there is a celestial within 1 mile of you. You also feel the presence of, within 1 mile, 2 dragons.
Okay.
is Spoon classified as
Oh, it doesn't.
And-
It doesn't tell me the
Pretty much it.
creature's location or number. So
So you know
No,
there are
but they-
dragons present.
Yeah.
Is Spoon
Okay.
probably
I guess the rumor wasn't a rumor.
You're not a dragon.
I guess I'm going to share that with everybody. I can sense dragons, and oddly enough, a celestial.
Jean has a celestial in her armor, remember?
My armor.
Cloak, armor, whatever you call that monstrosity.
Close. It's very
Ooh,
fashionable.
snap!
You know,
I can't do the finger snap, or I would.
I dyed that, you know. That's kind of rude to hate on my craftsmanship.
Yes, thank you so much again.
Spoon
You know what?
is the
Next
last
time
one
you
that
need
did
leather
shit.
work, you're not coming to me.
Why'd you have to make it pink?
That's what I requested.
It was the request. I mean, what do you think?
All it does is make you a beacon to get
Oh,
hit.
I would prefer that.
Of course you do.
We're still talking about combat, correct?
Yes, we're talking about
Yes.
combat, Darius.
Okay.
What else would we be
So,
talking about?
who
I don't
Anyway,
know, he's
does not-
weird.
who does not have dark vision or low light vision? Just Jean and Darius?
I do.
I have dark vision.
Yeah, I have dark vision.
Okay. Spoon?
Spoon has dark vision.
All right.
Forgive me,
Dalian,
what?
I know you do as a drow.
I was about to say, that's a dumb question for a drow.
Moss? Yeah,
I'm
Moss?
pretty sure Moss does not have dark vision.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Give me one
Do
moment.
do you have low light?
Give me a moment. I'm loading up the sheet. Hey, let me find this stuff. not what I'm looking for. Yes, no, I have dark vision. We're fine. We're safe.
Okay, so all of you have dark vision, and you can tell by the way that Nuktuk is, starting to make his way towards the back of the cave where it's darker, that obviously he can see just fine without any light source. So he looks back towards you guys and says,
Whenever you're ready, it's this way.
Lead on.
Just scurries.
he begins to lead you through some various twists and turns, through different caverns, some of them opening up a little bit larger. Others are very, very tight, and especially for Darius, who is one of the larger of you, and for Moss's contraption, his horse. What was its name again?
Janjo.
Janjo.
In fact, Moss
They-
is riding Janjo.
Say again? Oh, you're riding Janjo. Okay. There are points where both Darius and especially Janjo, where you have some trouble navigating through because the space actually gets pretty tight, and you actually have to kind of work your way through it. Some, even like taking like your backpack and stuff off and pushing it, holding it out or putting it ahead of you because of how tight the space gets at some point.
You're too
Other
muscly.
points.
I
Yeah,
just
other
had to
points-
become 6'5", didn't I?
Yes.
Yep. Other points, you actually enter some fairly wide caverns. Some that are kind of so big and echoey and open that even with your dark vision, you can't see to the other side of it. From where
Hey,
you-
quick
when you
question.
first enter.
While we're moving through these caverns and whatnot, Dalian is actually going to be the one just behind Nuktuk. The reason for
Mhm.
that is because I have a 31 passive perception and a 28
Okay.
passive investigation. So if there's any traps, I will notice.
Okay. Okay. You find no traps thus far. As you guys are making your way through. However, you do happen to notice that one of these very large caverns that you kind of enter, it's so big, again, you can't quite see where the other side is, but you actually happen to notice, mostly because you're right there behind Nuktuk, that he all of a sudden stops for a second, and when you kind of look and see why he stopped, you realize that there's this chasm that seems to open up before you guys, and that part of the reason why you couldn't see across, and even through the darkness, is that it is such a wide chasm you can't see the other side. So it's even it's beyond 120 feet to the other side, but you can tell, oh yeah, our pathway stops right here. And he says,
Okay, this way.
and he starts bringing you along this very narrow ledge.
Dalian's actually going to look back at the others and go, fair warning, it is a far drop and it is a deep drop, and we're going across a very narrow section.
Spoon immediately
So be
gets
careful.
in the room and
Uh,
flies along the
Oh yay!
If anyone falls, just don't put up a fight. I'll take care of you. Getting up is on you though.
And go ahead.
So as we've been walking, Janjo actually, when he puts his hooves, his metallic hooves down onto these walkways, he is floating
Okay.
just a few inches off of the ground as he is moving about.
Alright. Okay.
I
All
feel
right,
like I'm going to
and-
be the only one struggling to walk on this.
Oh
one.
yeah, you're the only one that's gonna have an issue.
I will catch you.
I mean, if you don't have trouble at all, I could just make it to where you can fly.
Does Moss Father have a broom too?
Kind of like it. Darius, do you want to fly?
Pulls out a jetpack.
Darius is very fond of the ground.
If he
I'll
you need to fly to get back
traverse
down.
the wall with a little path.
Okay. All right. So, as you are making your way along this very narrow ledge that is on this side of this chasm, for those of you who have the ability to fly, you're fine if you're using that method. For those of you who are walking along, I will need acrobatics checks to maintain your footing on this path. It is also not just going along this edge of this chasm. It seems that this pathway is heading more up.
22.
Ooh, 25.
Okay.
And for me, I got 21.
Okay. You guys seem to have no problem traversing this. And all of you, as you are moving along, because of your incredibly high scores for perception, etc., you are not surprised as let's see, as all of a sudden several what almost look like, ropes that are kind of a pale white color seem to fling down from above you and attempt to snare you.
Spoon is
being
immediate.
that
Just fireball.
Yeah, being that you notice these, none of them hit you immediately, and I will need initiative from everyone.
Oh boy.
Fighting on a narrow edge.
15.
22.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, so we've got. I heard a 15.
From Spoon.
Okay. I heard 22.
That was Darius.
Yep. Who else we got?
Moss has a 14.
Okay, a 14 for Moss.
Jean has a 9.
And I have a 27.
Okay. All right. So, what we've got here is Dalian, Darius, Spoon, Moss, and Jean, and then a whole bunch of these things. So, as you go ahead and go first there, Dalian, what you're looking at is this kind of bulbous, weird-looking monstrosity. And if you want, I will allow anyone who's looking at these things to go ahead and roll a, we'll call it, it's monstrosity, we'll call it a history check.
25.
Like these things are.
14.
16.
18.
23.
All right. For anyone above 15, you have heard some tell of these things, enough to know that it reminds you of something you've heard of called a cave fisher. For those of you above 20, you know for a fact that these are cave fishers, and these are underground predators that attempt to snare their foes, drag them off, and then eat them.
Delightful.
And
Jug?
it is
Such
your
things.
turn, Delaware.
So is it multiple cave fissures or one cave fissure?
You see what looks about like 10 of them.
Are they weak against anything specific that I would know of?
Nothing that you know of off the top of your head. Unfortunately, based on your roll, all that you recall them as is cave fissures. They must not have been prevalent where you grew up in the Underdark. They must have been in other locations.
Alrighty, I am actually going to... How wide is this ledge we're on?
It is about a foot wide.
Whew.
Like I said, it's a narrow ledge.
How much higher above us are they? Are they below us?
No, they're above, and you're estimating about a good 40, 50 feet at most.
These would be dexterious because they're good at sneaking up on things. So... She is going to take out her weird question. Can you shoot multiple arrows in one go?
If you have the extra attack feature, it's all based on what your actions say. You have actions, attacks per action, 1. So you can shoot 1 arrow per shot.
Alright, she is actually going to... I'm useless in this situation. She's going to not jump down, but like let her body drop and hold on to the edge of the pathway and make her way across by disengaging.
Okay.
So that way she's getting out of everybody else's way and making her way across to the other side where they need to be. Because she's useless here.
So you're trying to go to the other side of the chasm?
So, on the pathway
Because
that
you
we're
can't-
walking on.
Yeah, you can't even see the other side of the chasm from where you're at.
No.
It's
So, like, on the pathway that we're on, she's going to use her action to disengage, to drop down and just hang onto the lip of this pathway and shimmy
Okay.
herself across to where they were trying to go.
I see. So you're just trying to get past. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she's just going to be like, not my forte.
Okay. So that is your turn. So it is now Darius's turn.
Okay. And this is still a pretty long path we're standing on.
As far as you can tell, yes.
Okay. Shysta.
Because I know I'm just going to be in the way if I stay up there. Oh yeah, I forgot. Mine's disengage is a bonus action.
Yes, it is.
Um,
Rogue.
I'm not used to playing a rogue. So yeah, she would use her bonus action to disengage. And then use her action to, I guess, quote-unquote, dash, so that way she can use her movement and her action to go, like, as far as she can.
Okay. That will work.
If that...
Yeah,
Thank you for
that
reminding me.
So, yep, Darius, you are now up.
I will attempt to hit one of them.
They're, like, 40 feet
Okay.
above us.
I've got a bow.
Oh, if you... Okay. So do I, but I'm like, Not on a 1-foot ledge trying to lean backwards to make that shot.
Just be better.
There's gonna do it.
All right, go for it.
So 23 to hit.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll your
Okay.
damage.
Sorry. 8 plus, so 7, 5, 12. So 12 damage
Okay.
on the first
So-
one.
Your arrow sinks into it pretty hard, and you hear this kind of guttural scream, growl sound come from this creature's what looks kind of like a mouth, but also kind of like almost like spinnerets. And it's got these rope-like tentacle things that are coming out of it. And your second attack?
All right.
Actually, you got
I'm
three.
gonna use so I hit the first one. I'm gonna use Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
So I think that takes a spell slot,
Yes, it does.
Yes.
and I'm gonna go for the next one.
Okay. Go for it.
All right.
So you're aiming for a different one or the same one?
Oh, sorry, same one.
Okay.
And that is 27 to hit,
Definitely hits.
and for the damage, 8 damage from the longbow plus the 1d6. The Hunter's Mark is a 5, so
All right, so 13 total.
yeah.
All right. And your third
And you have
attack.
one more attack.
Yeah.
All right, and yeah, screw it. I'm gonna just try to finish this thing off.
Okay.
So I have a question. Does he add that
hold
1d6
on.
to?
Hold on one second. Let him roll his next attack, and then we'll go
So
for that. If it's
got
a hunter's
19 to
mark,
hit.
Yes, it is added.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
like,
that hits.
All right. 8 damage in total.
Did you add the 1d6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I rolled a 1, so it was a 1 plus 5 is a 6, and then I rolled a 2 for the Hunter's Mark.
That sucks that was low. All right,
Yeah.
so that one is looking very, very bad shape as you
Okay,
sink
and
3
now I'm
arrows
gonna
solidly into it.
right on. I'm also gonna use my movement action to move away.
Okay.
yeah.
Are there anybody in
It's,
front of you, like next to you?
No, the other 2 are flying. You were the only one that was in front of me.
And so
Technically,
is Nuktuk.
Nuttuck is still,
Nuktuk.
or Muktuk's still in front of me, still technically.
So you would have to like crawl around or over him.
Push him off,
He's light
Nugget.
enough. He's light enough. Could I just pick him up? You're coming with me.
That would actually require an
actually-
action to pick him up.
Okay. Well, actually, I already used my bonus action because I used Hunter's Mark. So I
Hunter's
guess after I move, I'm done with my turn.
Okay, so you move up closer to where Nuktuk is, and so that takes up a little bit of your movement now, especially now that Dalian kind of moved out and around and away, so that opened up a little space to move up that way.
Cool.
So
cool.
now it is Spoon's turn.
Spoon.
Boon.
Okay, so Spoon is just gonna fireball all these guys.
Okay,
Fireball, and
go for it.
Spoon will make sure it does not reach their friends.
Okay, that you wouldn't have a problem aiming at the to make sure you didn't hit your friends, but try to catch all of them.
Okay.
But I will say, what level are you gonna do it at?
Just third.
Just third level. All right. So what is your DC?
23.
Is that it? Oh, no. All right. So Uh, and all of them failed.
Good. They get 24 points of fire damage.
Ouch. They are not liking that.
I was gonna say, how many of that does
And-
it hit?
And she managed to they managed to get all of them. And the one that Darius already filled with arrows, it seems to almost like like it's combustible. Like it picks up this flame as its blood is spilling out, and it's almost like its blood catches on fire, and it just turns to pretty much ash as it falls off of the wall above and past you guys down into this chasm. The others, while they don't seem to burst into flames quite the same way that that one did, they definitely took the force of that fireball and do not look very happy at this point in time.
Then Spoon is going to use their bonus action to regain that spell slot.
Okay.
With this.
And then are you going to move or stay where you're at?
Spoon's just going to stay where they're at.
Okay. So it is Moss's turn.
Moss is gonna reach over and pick up a stone that's about a pound. Gonna look up at the creatures above, and with that stone, he's going to aim at one of them and flick it off of his finger as he casts Catapult.
I almost said
Okay.
that.
He's casting it at a 3rd level. It's a dex save of 19.
Okay.
Did you want me to roll to see if I got a wild magic thing?
Yes. Go ahead and roll 1d20 for that.
10 again.
And okay, so you're good there. Nope, that is a failure. So it did not make the save.
Hey, well, sucks for him. As he takes 29 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ouch.
Bugger.
And let me just see here. I'll give it
Enough
a chance.
blood.
And it actually loses its grip on the wall.
Yep.
And falls past you guys
Sayonara.
into the chasm.
Who's next?
Two down.
And as his turn ends, it immediately goes into Janjo's turn because he goes immediately after Moss's
Yep.
go. And Janjo's just gonna leisurely away, like just forward.
Okay.
And that's the end of his turn. He's not gonna do any
That's
attacks or anything. like
Okay.
that.
So it is now Jean's turn.
Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. Jean will quickly pull up a sheet of paper out of her sleeve and toss it into the air. It's got some runes on it as she casts Storm Sphere, centered between all of them. It's a 20-foot radius.
Okay.
Yeah, so Storm Sphere. They need to do a strength saving throw or take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. And it's a 23. Oh, it's also difficult terrain inside of it. I feel so bad for these poor things. They could be friendly though.
They tried to kill us.
Really bad.
All right. Okay. Hold on, I had to answer that. Okay, so
So strength saving throw.
Strength
3.
okay. Of 23?
Yeah.
Okay. So hold on. Strength. Let's just okay. Alright, good to know. Okay, so one of them manages to actually succeed.
All right. So the other ones who failed, I'll take 8 damage.
All right.
And then with that, since they are inside of the sphere, I will use my bonus action to I'll electrocute the one that passed.
Okay. All right. And so is that a dex save on that?
No, it's an attack roll. And since he's inside,
Oh, it's an attack roll.
yeah. Since he's inside, I get advantage.
Yep. So
I
don't anticipate you missing this.
A 33 to hit.
Yeah, no, that's way too high. So no, yeah, you slam this lightning bolt right into it.
All right, and then it is 4d6.
Okay.
You should have just took.
That's a decent amount.
For 13 points of lightning damage.
Okay. All right. So that is that, and I believe, unless you're gonna move more, that is your turn.
Yeah, I'll move a little so I'm not too far away from the group.
Okay. All right. So it comes to their turns. So I will say from everyone but Dalian, who's currently moved further away, I need everyone. Let's see here. I have to do this first. Let's see.
Darius had started to move away as well.
Yes, but he did not get quite far
Okay.
enough away.
These guys want to go. Let's go.
Okay, so you all get these filaments coming towards you, with the exception of Dalian, from these remaining creatures. It looks like 8 of them, as far as you can tell.
God, okay.
And these filaments reach out and begin to wrap around you. Okay. And all I need from here is, as they wrap around you, I need you all to make strength saving throws.
Okay.
Okay.
So close. So close.
I got a nat 20, so 31.
Hey, I got a nat 20, so a 19.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
It's just we're so
And
different.
Moss?
A 19.
Hey, twins.
Okay. So Spoon,
A natural 20.
as this filament comes out, and actually it manages to actually grab around you, and you are now grappled, and it pulls you to within 5 feet of this creature, as it then takes some swings at you with its claws. And so that's that. So what is your AC?
17.
17. Okay, so the first claw misses, but the second claw seems to score a hit across you, and you take a whopping... Oh boy, that was just such a stellar roll for that. You take a whopping 7 points of slashing damage as this
I'm
claw.
actually gonna use
Yeah,
my
get
Ben's
that.
luck, and
Okay.
give that a D4 to take off attack roll.
To take off the attack roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So-
can make him re-roll.
I rolled a d4.
I-
You could
Okay,
make him
so-
re-roll.
3, and you
I
said
take-
your
Runic
you
shield.
said your thing was 17, your AC.
Wait until you hear how much damage.
He's talking and you're not muted.
Hold on. Now. So
I'm
you
so
have
sorry. I thought I was
17?
muted.
no, that's okay. You have a 17 AC.
Yes, and I rolled 2, so
Okay.
attack like that.
Okay. And that is still just enough to hit you. And that was 7 points of damage, slashing damage, as he rakes it across. Okay. The others failed to actually ensnare anyone, but they do charge up with their movement to try to get closer to you.
Oh, thank you.
They are now, as far as you can tell, they were about maybe 40, 50 feet away from kind of the group as a whole. They're now about 20 to 30 feet away.
Okay, and you did include the fact that it's difficult terrain in there.
So we'll put them at an even 30 feet away.
There we go. That seems safe.
Okay, and that is all of them.
Mm.
It is back up to Dalian.
By the way, I'm so sorry. I thought I had put my mic up.
No problem.
But no, I'm gonna do what we talked about, which is she's going to move to next to Darius, and then
Okay.
she's going to use her action to use the help action. So
Okay.
for his next turn, she will automatically dip his arrow into oil that she has and then light it on fire.
Okay. Now, as the way it works mechanically, that's good thematics. Mechanically, what it means is he will now have advantage on his attack rolls because you are helping.
That works.
And because I'm being nice and this is fun, I will allow, because of how you described it, that you actually do an additional 1d4 points of fire damage if you hit with your arrows.
Sweet, sweet.
So that was Dalian's action. So it is now Darius's action.
Hate to
All
interrupt
right.
real quick.
Mhm.
Did the one that grabbed Spoon, is that one still inside of the radius? Or well, are they all still inside the radius?
They're all still inside that radius because it's a pretty decent radius, and they didn't move far enough to get out.
Yeah. At the end of the turn, they have to make a strength saving throw. A 20.
Okay. At a 23 again.
Yeah.
You guys and your 20th level character high.
Hey, we're having fun with it.
I know.
I'm not
So
doing.
yeah, none of them passed.
Just 5 bludgeoning.
Okay. All right. So
So-
Darius, it is now your turn.
I'm going to assume my hunters, like the first one I hit, did it die?
Oh yeah, it's dead.
Okay, so my hunter's mark, I'm assuming, is moved on to its next target.
Yeah, well, you actually use a bonus action to move it.
Okay. I guess I'm going to use my bonus action to move my hunter's mark to my next target.
Let me double check to make sure.
I don't know how this
wrong.
works. I'm trying to.
Oh, wait.
Hold on. Where's your hunter's mark? Where are you hiding?
Fails. My only 2 I have.
You have 3.
Technically
If
2
you're asking
that I'm
what's
looking at.
Yeah. I mean, I use Hunter's Mark. You know.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. Yeah, you can use a bonus action to move it. I was just wanting to verify that. So yeah.
Alright,
So
I'm
your
using my
bonus action would be to move it.
action to move the hunter's mark. Alright.
Okay.
Now I'm going to use my.
He gets advantage on every attack, right?
Yes, because using the help action.
So 23 to hit on the first one.
That hits.
Okay. So...
You go ahead and roll all 3 of your attacks, and then we'll
Okay.
determine the damage.
So 19 plus 13.
19 plus 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
And-
hit.
Okay. And then 18 plus 13.
Also hits.
So,
Yeah. Also, yes, definitely hit.
okay, so I will roll.
Okay, so
7.
go ahead and roll damage for the first one.
Okay, so 7 plus 5, 12.
Plus 1d6.
Plus 1d6
And then plus 1d4 for the
is a
the
6.
So it was 12 plus 6 is 18 plus 1d4.
And that is a 3.
So 21 points of damage.
which was exactly what it needed, as that one takes the first arrow you loose right between the center. It's not really its eyes. In fact, you don't even really see any eyes, but like in the center of its skull, as far as you can tell, like the center mass, and it just goes limp, falls off the wall, and drops into the chasm.
That's what I like to see.
I'm just gonna keep doing this. I'm just gonna keep using my
Yeah.
turns to give you that whole action.
All right.
And now you've already used your bonus action to move it.
Yep.
So you have to
Yep,
wait till the
so
next
it's
turn
just-
to move it again.
All right. So
That's all your turns.
No,
was
he's
that? No.
only gotten
That
the
was my
damage
first-
for one attack.
Yeah.
I need the damage for the other 2 attacks.
8 plus
I thought you
5,
did all 3.
13.
He
no.
did. I didn't have him roll the damage
Oh.
for all 3 yet.
Okay.
Let me handle it. I
Sorry.
got it. Okay.
So 15 plus, so 15 damage in total for the second hit.
Okay. And I assume you're aiming both of these at one of them if it doesn't go down off the.
Yes.
Okay.
And then my next hit is 13 plus 4, so 17.
All right. And that one, taking 2 arrows into its body, also falls off the wall at this point in time.
Teamwork.
And that's it. Unless you want to use your move action, that would be it for you.
The only thing I want to do is move it.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. So Spoon, you are up.
Okay. So I'm gonna do another fireball, angled so it doesn't hit
Alright.
Spoon. And I'm gonna twin
Okay.
spell it, so I get to do
Oh,
it
gee.
twice.
Okay.
Okay. So the first bit of damage is 17, and it's a dex of 23. Save.
All right.
29. 29 and 17 damage together.
Okay. So 29 and 17. All right. And not a single one of them passed. As your first fireball slams into the area and explodes around, engulfing the remaining 6 creatures. And they all burst into flames and start falling off the wall a split second before the twinned fireball slams into the same space and explodes. And now these cave fissures that are clearly dead and have lost their grip on the wall before the second explosion occurred are now forcibly blown away from the cavern wall.
Are you still in one of his
out
grips?
into the center of the chasm.
Spoon is riding a broom, so
And I do need you to make a strength save.
shit.
I was about to say.
10.
All right, and you are on your broom.
Yes.
Okay. I will allow you a dexterity check, basically a dex save, to maintain a grip on that broom.
19.
Okay. So you get dragged away from your spot hovering in the air that was right in front of this one creature as you are basically forcibly pulled away along with its filament that's wrapped around you as it ejects from the fireball towards the center of this chasm. You manage to keep a grip on your broom. It's not really flying right now. It's more like you're just holding on to it as you are shot out into kind of open space. And everyone, you can kind of see Spoon and this creature that's got its little tendril kind of wrapped around him, this charred creature now, are, as well as the other bodies, are flying towards kind of out into the empty space of this chasm.
Dalian's just like, are you good?
Spoon is fine. And is Spoon
Who
able?
is blowing in the breeze?
Is Spoon able to like right themselves and like go back over to everyone?
Well, that's the end of that turn. So you
Oh
have to wait.
god, there's more?
So all of them are technically dead, but because you are still trapped in the grip of its filament.
That's gross.
Yes, it is.
Can anybody make a long range shot to cut the arm?
I
So-
can try.
So, as you do that, it is now actually Moss's turn.
Moss father.
All right. Moss is going to Give me a moment. Okay, let's see here. Give me a moment. Let's see. Yeah, so Moss is gonna tap his chest and cast Fly on himself.
Okay.
He goes, alright, well, time to get moving. He's gonna make his way towards where Spoon is kind of in the air at.
What's your fly speed?
Fly speed is
With the
60.
fly speed? Okay. So you're gonna use your action to cast fly.
Yep.
And then you're gonna move with your fly speed towards Spoon, which, excuse me, that 60-foot movement, you will be able to catch right up to where Spoon is. You are now within arm's reach of Spoon, who is holding on to their broom and got this kind of weird white filament-like tentacle thing kind of wrapped around, stuck to them, and the charred body of this cave fisher hanging off the other end of that, kind of falling towards the center of the cavern, but they're now within arm's reach of you. You still have a bonus action left.
Well, there's not much he can do with his bonus action currently, as I am assuming to try to maneuver the thing off of Spoon would be an action.
Okay, so yeah, it would be an action to try to pull that off.
Right, so that's an attack action, which I cannot do.
Yeah.
Alright, so Spoon, hold still, and you see he reaches into his pocket and pulls out this metal cylinder, and as he presses this small light blue rune on the side, it grows to be a human-sized greatsword.
Okay.
He goes, "Okay, I can't do it now, but just wait a moment." And that's his turn.
Okay. So now it is Jean's turn.
Do I get the feeling if I electrocuted the body, like at a right angle, if I strike the lightning, it'll separate from the body?
You can always give it a shot.
Spoon would
Spoon.
like to be electrocuted.
Spoon, don't move around.
Spoon starts wheeling.
No.
Spoon
34 to hit. Okay.
All right. So yeah, I think a 34. I'll say that's accurate enough.
I mean, it was one away from a crit.
Yeah, I will say that with that and with the damage done by that lightning, that it actually severs the filament between Spoon and the creature. You still have some of this stuff sticking around you, Spoon, but you're no longer being, drugged down by the weight of this creature.
Spoon will just write themselves on the broom.
Yep. So on the at that, what we'll do is we'll say you're no longer in initiative, and on your turn, you're able to write yourself on the broom.
Yeah, and then I'll end my spell as it turns back into a
Okay.
sheet of paper.
All right.
Also,
And that was
Joe.
okay. And that was your combat. You are now out of combat, and immediately once you all kind of get back to the ledge or flying near it or whatever.
Spoon is like
no-
right above them now, so like it doesn't like they don't fall.
Okay.
The
And-
chasm.
And Nuktuk actually kind of digs into that satchel of his, and he pulls out looks like some clay jars with stoppers in them, and he looks at Spoon and says, "You're bleeding. You might want this."
Spoon
and he
takes it. And just,
Tries to hands one up to you, and he looks around and does he see anyone else injured?
No.
Anyone else? No one else has taken any damage. So he puts the other jar that he has back in the satchel.
Spoon chugs whatever in the thing.
Okay. And it's the equivalent
Dalian.
of a standard healing potion. So go ahead and
Oh.
roll for health on that, and that should
How much is it again?
take care of some of your standard healing potion should be
1d4 plus.
1d4 plus 2, I think. Hold on.
So once they're
It might
like
be
on
2d4.
solid ground again and not on that narrow path, Dalian's gonna look at Nuktuk and go,
Yep,
so
2d4
how
plus 2.
so how often are we
Sorry, go ahead, Dalian. Yeah, 2d4 plus
So-
2 for you.
how often are we going to be running into creatures here?
Nuktuk kind of, looks back at you, Dalian, and says, I hope not too often. That I've never seen them hang out in this area before.
So hearing that, Dalian is, because she keeps her hood up at all times regardless, she's actually going to purposely start lightening her footsteps
Okay.
and essentially sneaking, so that way if they run into something again, she is being sneaky snake. And anything that tries to perceive her has disadvantage.
Okay.
I will follow suit and use my boots of elvenkind to make no sound as I walk.
Okay.
And I guess I'm just gonna tiptoe like the good old Pink Panther.
So do you want me to
Alright.
roll stealth for that?
Sure. Everyone who's trying to be stealthy, roll your stealth.
I
check.
I have plus 17 with advantage for all my stealth rolls.
Yes, I know.
Spoon
I got a
will also
27.
be stealthy. He'll ride his broom in their broom in the shadows.
Okay. So everyone roll your rolls, and then once you're all done, I'll just kind of go around real quick and grab everyone's rolls, what you got. So we'll give you a couple seconds. Do 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 do. I can't do that song too much, or we might get copyright violation.
I'm 34.
Yeah, I'll ask everyone as I go around once everyone's done rolling.
Gosh.
All right. So everyone done? Okay. So
Yeah.
Spoon, what'd you get?
27.
All right, Gene.
I got an 18, but I'm not really being sneaky. I'm just trying to lighten my footstep. Well,
Okay.
make it sound.
All right, Darius.
I got a 27.
Okay. Moss.
Moss got a 10 and Janjo got a 6.
Okay. And Dahlia.
34.
Okay. So
That makes sense.
you're all, trying to kind of be a little bit quieter as a group, and this is
Well, you actually
this
can't
is
hit the ground.
yeah this is how I do this. This is a group check. So one failure or one success does not mean that it goes that way. It's overall as a group, how did you all do? So if there's more failures than successes, then it's not a very good stealth. If there's more successes than failures, then that means that those who were better on their stealth were able to help those who weren't as good from making those noises and stuff. So
Good,
that's
it's good
kinda
to
how-
know that this is a group project.
Mhm.
Yes, you all get to sign your name at the bottom and take.
So does my
Partial credit.
34 override his 10?
But basically, what it does is basically it's not that it overrides it; it's that you got a success. They had, there was failures there. There was another, the other successes. They all kind of balance out to see if we get enough successes compared to failures, and which, as far as you can tell, there was a little bit of noise being caused by the mechanical horse and the artificer, but overall you think you were able to kind of whoa, careful, don't kick that rock off the edge and have it go bouncing down to this cavern making a lot of noise. You're like, whoop, caught the rock or whatever, so you're helping each other out with this. So overall you figure, yeah, we've been pretty quiet, we're being pretty careful with this. And as you continue traveling, you've been traveling initially to get to this point. It had been a couple hours going through all these twists and turns and caverns, and eventually here you finally get to the other side. This ledge actually goes up and around an edge and takes you across to the other side of this chasm, where you continue going up and up through now better pathways. No, not as many ledge-like pathways, but better areas to traverse and passages and caverns. And you're continuing to make your way up higher and higher into this mountain. And it's now, you figure, been about 5 hours of traveling when you finally come to a cavern that it opens up, and you can see off on the side of it there is another passageway leading away. And at this point, Milk stops and says,
This is as far as I have been. That pathway should take you up into the area where we don't go, because that's where the big dragon lizard things are, and they tend to eat us. And
Dalian.
that's where we're pretty sure the master is.
Dalian's going to look at the group and go, "Do you want me to scout ahead?"
That probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
Because I can just slip into the shadows and go look.
Okay.
I almost want to be like, do you want to borrow my boots? But you don't.
What do I need them for?
You would literally be super stealthy.
Like, I've already got advantage with a plus 17. I don't know how much more stealthy I can get.
Yeah, you just don't make any sound. But no, they're pink, so.
Even when you talk, no one can hear you. You're just so stealthy. You're not even sure you exist at this point.
You are, in fact, your stealth is not even stealth anymore. It's you literally blink out of existence and just
Fuck
reappear
yes.
wherever it was you were traveling. It's almost like a teleport thing, you know. It's just, yeah, I was gonna walk that way for 60 feet, so yeah, I just end up there. Nobody noticed what's happening. I mean,
But no, so for that sense, she will, she will go up alone, stealthily and quietly, to scout ahead to see what all is up there.
okay.
And just to be safe, I'm gonna use my invisibility. Because I only need a short rest to get it back.
Okay.
Hope they don't have true sight.
It's worth a shot. Like I said, I'm being stealthy about it, so it's not like I'm just gonna walk into the middle.
Yeah. Like, I'm invisible. You can't see me. Bitch, we see you.
Like, she's still gonna be really careful and stealthy about it. So, do you
Okay.
want me to roll stealth again?
Yes, you will have to roll it again.
I'm pulling it up. Give me a second. No, stop. God damn it. Go back. Son of a... Oh, a momento. My phone's being dumb. Talk amongst yourselves while I get it to come back.
Do you want me to roll the
Nah, I'm
20
good.
real fast?
I got it. I accidentally hit the back button on my phone, so... I got a 36.
Okay.
And I am
That is
invisible.
very good.
I have a 31 passive perception, a 28
Mhm.
passive investigation, and
Yep.
anything that tries to perceive me or see where I am automatically has disadvantage.
Yep, that is true.
So I'm gonna go look ahead.
Okay.
Still being careful though.
Okay. Enjoy that.
So are you just gonna message if I see
All right.
anything, or
No, I will let you know.
okay?
So as I'm just I'm looking at some things, you know, behind the. Do not look behind the curtain. All right. So as you slip
Yep, is that you?
down this passageway and start moving up again a little bit higher, about a minute or so of carefully creeping along, trying to make sure that every footfall is as quiet as possible, sticking to the shadows and inching your way through. You come up into a very, very large cavernous opening. It seems like it carries on for quite a ways, and as best you can tell, you can't quite see the ceiling of it. It's just kind of at the edges of your vision. You can occasionally catch I always get them mixed up, stalactite and stalagmite, but the one that hangs down,
I
can
think that's a
occasionally
stalactite.
tight. I think that too.
Tight
But
and
you can occasionally, yes. So, but occasionally you can see those a couple of them hanging down. So you imagine that the actual solid
Mhm.
rock isn't too many feet beyond that. But I mean, that's definitely a good 120 feet at least. And the width is about as wide. And it seems to carry off in one direction, out way, way down. And it's so far away, you can't see the end of it. It looks like darkness. The other way, as you look out, you actually see a pinpoint of light that seems to be coming from down that way, almost like sunlight at the end of a tunnel. And as you are looking around with your extremely high perception, passive perceptions, you notice there seems to be some very large, almost furrows in the rock around you, as if 4 large, knives, we'll say, like
Claws.
very, very large knives, had dug parallel rows against each other. And yes, you do realize that, this could be dragon claws as they walk along the floor and scratching into the stone itself. They are quite large and quite far apart.
So would I be able to tell these are like fully grown claw marks for
You
dragons
are
now
not-
that we know?
Yes.
Because he already said, like, I know there are 2 dragons within a mile of us. So using that information, would she be able to tell,
you'd
like...
imagine. The age of them, you will need to make an Arcana check. And if you're not proficient in Arcana, you can't do it unless, for you, Rogue, expertise, or whatever that one is, that I cannot remember off the top of my head.
So
but
if
you know
I
what
do
I'm
not have proficiency, I can't even roll at all?
No, for rogues, that's what I'm saying. For you as a rogue,
I think that's with bards.
Bards.
Yeah, bards
Oh,
have
yeah,
jack of all
bards.
trades.
Yep, that's the jack of all trades. That's bard. So, no, because just because you have a +1 next to Arcana, that's just because you are intelligent, so you know a little bit about magic. The thing is, you are not actually trained in magic and the things
But
of
I
magic. so
know
that's-
someone who's trained in dragons that I can go back and relay this information to.
I'm all
Exactly.
Arcana away.
Yeah,
Well, because
exactly.
his favorite beast is dragons.
I mean,
Yes,
my favorite
Like I
piece.
said,
So,
you kind of
seeing-
broke up there, Gene.
Oh, I said my favorite beast is me.
Oh.
but no, she's gonna take in how big the room is and all the claw marks and what she saw, and she'll go back over to the group, and she will relay the information she has, and she's gonna turn to Darius, and she's gonna be like, "You're better with the scaly things. I'm not entirely sure, but..." And she's gonna describe how big and deep these claw marks were she saw all over the place and what they looked like. And she's like, "I think that means they're fully grown, but I can't be sure. This is your area of expertise."
Okay, with that description, would Darius kind of be able to narrow it down? Because that sounds like a pretty adult-sized dragon to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is your favorite enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, let me double check this here for a second. Come on, why does all the stuff want to hide when I'm looking for it? Son of a gun.
I'm mad too because I got a
Yes.
dirty 20 when I rolled my Arcana.
All right. Okay, so roll a straight intelligence check. You do have advantage on it because it is one of your favorite enemies.
doing its thing. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case.
I got a 20.
Oh, okay, yeah, that should be good.
19 plus 1.
Okay. So, yeah, based on the description that Dalian provided and what you know about dragons, these might not be the biggest dragons ever, but they're definitely full-on adults. They might not be the biggest. I mean, you've heard legends of enormous dragons, but these seem really big. You don't know, they might not be as big as some of the legends, but then again, you don't know. Some of those things are just legends. Who knows
Question.
if that's actually true?
And
It's certainly
she's
the
actually
biggest that you have come across.
going to be asking Darius this: how easily can scales fall off within an area that they're constantly moving through and rubbing against?
Pretty sure scales are very hard to come.
Now, it's that actually a DM.
He basically answered the right thing. They don't flake off. This is
It's like
This is
armor. It's like
very
embedded
hard.
onto
Okay,
them.
the reason I was asking is because Dalian was thinking she could go back and see if she could find a specific scale color to give them a narrow on like what their element that they're hunting is.
Well, the craft, the X on the patch is red and blue. So
Mhm.
I'm thinking red. Well, Spoon is thinking red and blue dragon.
I would agree with that statement.
I didn't even think of that.
That's why we pay Spoon the big bucks.
yeah.
It's fairly obvious.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for others to figure it out. Good job, Bird.
I don't normally deal with dragons. I normally deal with people, okay?
I mean, fair, but when
Yes, you are, Spoon.
Mighty descendant of the dragon.
Mighty
So
Rar.
what do you guys-
So what I would do is, Jean, can you use your mansion again to allow us to rest and formulate a better plan?
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys use spell slots, so
Which is true.
Yeah.
Which is
I mean, I'm
true.
fine.
and I'm good to fight a
now.
dragon.
Yeah, I'm good to fight a dragon.
okay.
Yeah.
Then can I take a short rest to get my invisibility back?
Uh,
Because short rests for elves, I think, are only like a 2-hour meditation.
Short rest for any character.
It's for
is-
anyone. Is the same.
yeah, for anyone, it's like an hour.
Yeah, and I'd get 4 sorcery points back, so.
Okay, yeah, I can recover my spell slot with my arcane recovery.
Do you get your spell slot back?
No. He does not.
Yeah, he's the only. Oh wait, you don't either. Oh yeah, you're not a wizard.
No, I do
No,
not.
he's just a ranger.
Yeah, and our gnome friend's an artificer.
So they would need actual rest to get there.
I don't need anything. I am good. Moss is good.
Alright. So I guess we're just doing short rests.
All right.
Okay.
So if you guys take a short rest, you can. The time passes and you have no problem. You get the benefits of your short rest.
Before the short rest, can I cast Tiny Servant? Like, I'll make like a little origami doll and make
Okay.
it come to life. It lasts for 8 hours. I just want something cool around me.
Okay.
Is this the same
Cool or
thing you did with
creepy?
Balder?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, make mushrooms come to life.
Well, wait a minute. There's an origami doll. I don't know. That might be a little creepy. Little paper doll person walking around.
That
I
would
mean,
be-
my owl is made out of origami as well.
And just walk around, just stare at you. I'm gonna catch you.
It's Chuck.
I can just imagine like an origami crane, just like floating around. Just, like,
That
following.
that would be cool. That would be cool.
Or you just make
All
like
right,
this
so-
really complicated like little dragon.
Yeah, make a baby dragon. This is my origami dragon.
And then it immediately
All
gets
right.
turned into a crisp outside.
So I'm thinking the cavern that I saw, clearly they go through there either enough to create these marks or they just happened to pass through that one time. I'm not sure. I don't know how old they were.
I'm guessing they're older than us.
Perhaps we could
We could
make
be the same
noise in
age,
the
depends.
cavern and try
Yeah.
to summon one and kill it now
Nah, let's just go fight everything.
I
all at
agree.
once.
Yeah.
You don't want to try to
I mean-
separate them?
Spoon can
I'm
just go
I'm more down for fighting one-on-one with the beast. I'd rather not have two of them.
Okay, so you fight the one on your own, and we'll fight the other one. Fair?
Spoon can burn
Thank
the biggest spell slot to just kill him.
Doesn't Power Word Kill only work when they're under 100 hit points?
Yeah, you can instantly kill me, but I can counter it.
You just have to hit it a bunch before you could throw that one out there, Spoon.
Yeah. Don't use the right at the very beginning. It will
Spoon just
survive.
learned the spell. Spoon is not familiar.
So yeah,
Yes.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Jax, you can handle it all.
Yep.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
Question. Do we want to continue forward with the hunt down the dragons and start a big bad fight, given we normally end in 10 minutes?
Well, I was just gonna send you guys a message that, you want to finish up this one shot. You better make some progress towards those towards that fight real quick. Well, because yes, we normally end in 10 minutes, but I was willing to go a little longer just to make sure you guys could finish this up.
Let's just fucking go for it.
So,
All right, if it's
I'm-
gonna be
I'm
done that
down-
soon.
I'm fucking down to fight a dragon right now. Okay?
I don't know if we
care
can
how
take on
long-
two, but
D&D.
It's D&D.
fuck it,
Ah,
speedrun.
you're 20th level. Your 20th level heroes.
Fuck it,
Live a
speedrun.
little or die a little.
Speedrun.
Yeah, don't die in 100 years. What am I gonna lose?
All right, so what do
Pretty
you guys do?
Pride.
And so I guess for that sense, let's go kill.
Blow the raid horn.
No, don't blow a horn.
Oh God!
No, not blow a horn.
You lead the charge. Track the dragon.
Yeah.
All right, I guess.
Put your phone. Put the chickens away
Dragon with my good old
and pay attention to the game.
snoot.
Can my tiny servant help you in any sort of way?
I have no idea.
Action?
You can sit on his shoulder. Sit on his shoulder and give him like a little tiny neck massage. Help him relax.
Oh, dude, that'd be so down right now.
Okay.
Moth is going to. Hey, Jan Joe. When he starts moving forward, we're gonna charge.
I really want
Is
to do
everyone
something
okay with that?
terrible. I want to do something absolutely terrible, but I will not.
What is it?
I want to push the goblin off the edge of the cliff.
Don't push the goblin off.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We got him this far. There's no reason to kill him.
So, Dalian, actually.
I'm not gonna do it.
No. Dalian's gonna look at everybody and go, so. And she's gonna point to the goblin and go, he's done his part, yes?
And let's see if it lives.
Goblin, run. Run for your life.
Let me use my dagger!
You're about to. Let the goblin live.
I would like health points, just in case later on.
There's no
He has
reason
the right
to kill
to
him.
run away. I have the right to tell him to run.
If I.
From that point
His
on, it's
soul
up to
would
him
be
to live.
useful, it would heal me.
Spoon has healing spell.
Yeah,
Plus,
but I can
just-
use the souls of others.
We just took a short rest to do things.
Yeah, didn't you just get your health back?
No.
Let-
I didn't take any damage to
And-
begin with. I mean, if we're fighting the dragon, I can release his soul and get hit points back.
And while you were resting your short rest,
Yeah, I figured he would have left.
you weren't really paying attention to what was going around you. He's not there anymore.
He's a house.
Nuktuk said, "Fuck this
That is
company.
right.
I'm leaving."
Oh,
He was around a bunch of people that wanted to fucking murder him. Of course he would lie.
what a murder, by the way.
Spoon has a dark urge, but Spoon will not go through with it. So,
All right.
So, Dalian, I guess, off to fight a dragon we go. Dragons.
Is it fairly easy for Darius to track said dragon? I'm hoping like it's a bunch of
Sure,
shitty
you-
scratches as small as like we go this way.
Okay, so you guys are moving up that passage, and once you get into that main chamber, yeah, Darius, give me survival checks with advantage.
All right,
You have a +1 to survival.
I was like, wait, you already get advantage. You don't need my help.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I got a 19.
Ollie,
All right, with a 19, yeah, it's not hard to tell because you're looking at the claw marks and everything, and you see there's quite a few of them, and they seem to go in both directions. But it looks like the majority of them seem to be heading into the darkness as opposed to towards that point of light.
then
Going
let's
the other
go
way.
fight the wizard. The dude. Let's see if the dude's up there.
Oh, true.
I can go look.
Let's make it quick.
Let's
I'm-
go together.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just pray.
Well, I'll go to one point. Let's go to the light first.
I mean, we're at
and
the point that
if-
we could just go in and kill. I mean,
yeah.
we've been on plenty of adventures doing probably worse things than what these things are. So,
Fucking kill some stuff.
Yeah, let's just kill it.
Okay.
Murder hobos.
Yeah, murder hobo time. Let's let it out.
hey, they killed a bunch of people. It's only fair.
Alright, so who are we going after first? The
The
big bad evil guys or the dragons?
I say big
I'm-
bad evil guy. Just
Whatever
just
shows up
Yeah,
first.
yeah. The dragons might be innocent in
Yeah, they might be under his control.
Alright, onward.
Fuck it, I'll charm the dragons.
You can take the most hits. You go first.
Clearly, I'm leading the way.
Spoon.
Just kind of
Spoon
like
goes
shrug at my
on
shield a
one.
little bit, like, all
Spoon's
right.
on the broom, and Spoon is just going.
Come back, my
Okay.
tiny servant. Stay with me.
So which way did you decide to head? Towards the light or towards the
Towards-
darkness?
Towards the light, we decided.
So the light.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
heading towards the light. All right, so as you head that direction, you keep going that direction. Eventually, the light is getting brighter and brighter, and bigger, and after about half an hour of walking, you start to see that that light is definitely the large opening of the cave opening to the side of the mountain as the sunlight is shining outside.
Peaceful.
And as you continue to walk a little bit further, you find yourself now standing at the mouth of a cave, a very large diameter cave, which now that you have the light, you can see. Oh, this is about 100 and somewhere between 120 150 kind of foot diameter opening. And just looking out over the mountain ranges, you are clearly high up in the mountains, and most of the mountain peaks are below where you are at right now. And you can, if you kind of look outside and up, you can see that the actual peak of the mountain goes up even higher. But right now, all you see is snow and mountain peaks and cold air and the sun nearing the last parts of the day as it begins to start dipping down.
Well, it's good to know where the exit is. I suppose we take the other direction?
Well, yeah, let's go the other direction.
Yeah, we found the exit at least. Okay, this time let's sprint.
Yeah, let's just. Okay.
Dalian's not gonna sprint. She's gonna stay at the back of the group.
Genjo, charge! And Genjo will use his full 40 feet.
I just
dash
want to hear
movement.
this little gnome of a man just yell, "Charge!"
So-
through a cave.
So 80 feet of movement per turn,
Okay.
charging through.
Yeah, Dalian's not gonna charge. She's gonna stay at the back of the group so that way she's not just being loud and proud. She's trying to, like, if we suddenly enter combat, I can just slink and do my thing.
You can try to kill me if you want. I haven't died in 40 years. I'm not gonna die yet.
Spoon is faster than Moss. The broom has a flying speed of 50 feet.
Meanwhile, I'm just cruising along at 30 feet.
All right. So as you're moving along, your group is slowly spreading apart from each other.
Well, I'd like
I'll
to
Of course, the small
Yeah.
ones are faster than all of us.
I'll activate my blade song, and I can now
Like,
dash for
they're
8.
going full speed.
Okay.
Dalian's at, like, a very light jog to keep her steps light.
Spoon will go like 100 feet and then wait for them to catch up. Go another like
Okay.
maybe 50 feet and then just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
dash.
So you guys are kind of, shooting up and then waiting and then shooting up further down the passage and then waiting.
And sometimes
And-
Spoon will be just a dog and he'll go from like 50 feet and then 50 feet back. And then 50 feet
With the
forward.
zoomies.
Yes.
And so eventually, as you're going this way, you, in less time than you did before, you see the passageway that you originally came up into this main passage from, and then you pass that heading in the other direction. And after moving that way for about 10 minutes, thanks to your dark vision, you're all still able to see out to about 120 feet. And as you're moving in that direction, you all of a sudden hear this very, very loud roar. And then boom, boom, boom. You hear these thunderous steps. And then another roar with an even deeper bellow and steps accompanying it.
Moss pulls his great
And-
sword and puts it forward.
Okay. And now entering your vision, at the edges of your vision. And hold on, let me check something real quick. Okay. And this one, okay. Just at the edges of your vision coming in, you now see an enormous serpentine head that is blood red with this glowing yellow and almost bright white, like hot coals flame tickling the inside of its mouth and kind of flaring out of its nostrils. You also see this deep blue serpentine head pull up next to it, equally as large, equally as frightening, with electricity crackling around the corners of its mouth.
Spoon is just gonna turn to Dolly and be like, I fucking told you so.
Dalian, I'm sorry, the moment she saw the dragons, Dalian had automatically, essentially just nope, and immediately went into the shadows to hide.
Nope.
She immediately hid, so that way she's not within the main group to be noticed.
Okay.
She just
Alright.
kind of broke off and hid.
Coward.
No, there's a reason I'm doing this.
Nope, he knows. Still saying it. You forget, Moth is intelligent. Doesn't mean shit though.
Awesome.
So is Spoon.
All right. So, while this is coming forth, you see these giant dragon heads and their bodies starting to move into your line of vision. You also hear a voice that says, in almost annoyingly crisp and clear pronunciation,
Oh God.
"You have entered my domain without an invitation. I don't like that one bit. I think it's time for you to leave this life."
Spoon just immediately casts prismatic spray.
Okay. At
Also,
what?
do
You
I need
cannot
a roll
see
for stealth to be hiding?
Absolutely, you do.
Okay.
It's a 7th level spell.
Okay. What are you casting it at?
I'm it's 7th level.
No, I mean, like, what is
What do
your...
you
Oh, I'm
cast
casting
like
it at
you
the,
are
I'm casting it at the sorcerer dude.
Okay.
It's a voice in your head.
You hear a
Oh,
voice.
it's a voice in my head.
You don't see anyone.
Okay. Then,
Well,
no, I'm gonna...
You hear his voice. It's not in your head, but it is. It seems like it is echoing off
Okay.
the walls.
No,
You
I'm
cannot
not gonna
pinpoint
do
it,
that.
and you cannot see
I'm not
the
gonna
person.
do that yet.
Okay.
Hey,
And-
question! With how high my perception is, can I see where it is? Like,
Nope.
can I pinpoint where they are?
Nope.
Damn.
Is out of your visual range, and the echoing and bouncing off the walls of the voice, it's just impossible to pinpoint. And as he says, it is. I think it is time for you to leave this life.
Hmm.
And I need everybody. Let's see here.
Hang on, I'm gonna send you my stealth
To
roll
roll-
and then ask if
Yep,
I need
hold
to.
on. Yeah, hold on. I need, let's see here, this, and I'm doing this. Okay, so. Okay, so I need. Let's see. Where is everyone currently within the group? Like, how are you positioned?
I would assume Moth is in the front with Janjo in the front as well.
Spoon is just...
Darius will probably move up as well.
Spoon is just slightly behind those two on the broom.
I would probably
Okay.
be about 15 feet behind them since I am a wizard.
Okay,
Dalian
and Dalian,
was-
you attempted to slip away into the shadows.
No,
okay?
wait.
Yeah, the moment she heard those dragon roars, like before they even like fully came out, the moment she heard the roaring,
Mhm.
she had backed off and immediately hid using her cloaks and stealthing, because her cloak gives her automatic camouflage.
All right, so I am gonna say then, since you three are right in the front, oh, looks like it is lucky number 3. So, Moss, I need a dexterity save from you.
Okay. Is this a magical effect?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I also need dexterity
27.
saves. Okay. I think that's high enough. I also need dexterity saves from Darius.
Don't forget, you have
And
advantage on anything
Yeah,
spell or
on.
magical.
From Darius.
true.
From Spoon. And from Jean.
You said dex saving?
Yes.
I got a 25.
Oh, you got a nat
Okay.
20.
I did.
So did I on my stealth.
15.
I got a 20.
Okay.
I got a nat 1 and a nat 20.
Nice.
Okay. So, Spoon, you failed the save.
Yep.
Oh,
Everyone else passed. As
my boy.
this larger than life bolt of lightning seems
can
to
I-
shoot out of the darkness.
Oh,
Yes?
This is a spell, right?
Yes, that is coming out of nowhere.
Okay. Can
And it already came out and struck you guys.
damn it. I can't do like a counter spell.
You don't know where it was coming
Not
from.
this time.
Damn it.
You don't know exactly where it's coming. You didn't see it being, the
Okay.
the components of it being cast. It just all of a sudden shoom, and as it flies out, it slams into Moss and arcs out to the rest of you,
Oh.
doing. Hold on. And
How big was
And I'm not included in this since I'm nowhere near them.
no, yeah, you're not
Okay.
in it. And double check. Yep. So doing 44 points of damage if you failed,
Okay.
half that 22 if you succeeded, as the chain lightning rips through you guys.
Now, the only one that failed there was Spoon? Because you didn't specify who failed or who passed.
Yeah,
It was only
said
Spoon.
only
I
Spoon?
said Spoon failed, and then everyone else
Okay.
made it.
Now, question,
And
because
now we roll initiative.
question for me, because I am hidden and moving and not near them. Did I see where the lightning came out of from the darkness?
Nope,
Like
you are
the
too
path?
far away. No, you
Damn.
are too far away.
I'm trying. Okay, initiative. Let's go.
Okay, so we will do this like.
I'm not the last one.
Okay, so all right.
I like having a +10 to my initiative. I'm actually having a lot of fun as a rogue because I know how to work it a lot better.
I wish I was a paladin right now. I miss having
Pretty happy actually
Uh-huh.
having HP
Love
for
it.
once.
Just set up.
I miss
I'm
your
glad I had the
Ulysses.
common sense to dip and hide.
I miss your Ulysses.
If my blade song was active, I could have.
I like Spoon.
I love
It
Spoon,
was great.
but you know, there's a charm to your Ulysses.
That's true.
Yeah, which is
Okay.
that? The steady part or the dumbass?
Excuse
All
me,
right,
she's
so-
emotionally constipated.
Dalian, you
Your
are
favorite
up
word.
first.
All right. So she can
Currently,
obviously see the dragon.
Yes, currently what you can see is these two dragons. They have gotten close enough into your guys' field of vision, the extent of your dark vision, which is max out to 120 feet. And right now you can just see their heads are basically within that range. Their bodies are still further off in the darkness, so you can't quite see their full bodies, but you see their heads, and they are moving towards where you guys are. You
So-
cannot see beyond that range of darkness, though.
All
And
right,
everyone can see
so
their heads, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everyone can.
with my thank God 37 stealth that I rolled while I am hiding, I am going to begin to move. Okay, first off, is this like a big open room? Is there a chasm again?
This is the same, basically giant tunnel that's like somewhere between 120 to 150 foot diameter that you've been traversing across.
Okay, so it's
mean,
like solid ground all the way
Big ass
across.
tunnel. Yeah.
Okay. So she's going to stick to the edges and sneak her way around to try and get a beat on wherever that magic user was. And she's going to be purposely looking for this guy.
Okay, so you're going to try to move your way around the edges. Okay. How fast are you going to move? And how, like,
She's
Well,
not gonna be running or anything, so she's essentially using her action and her movement at the same time to like hide and sneak, so that way she's moving her 30, but she's being really quiet and careful about it.
okay. Now, you do realize that when you are sneaking, when you're trying to be stealthy, your movement is halved.
So could I use my action
So,
to increase
you
it
could
back
use-
to the full amount?
well, here's the thing. It wouldn't increase it to the full amount. What would happen is since your speed is 30, if you use your movement and then your bonus action to dash, that would basically mean that you would move a total of 30 instead of, if you weren't sneaking, you'd move 60. If
So I
you
have a question.
also use your action to basically dash then as well, that means you could move 45 feet in turn while moving stealthily, or not move stealthily and you could go a full 90, but you've used everything you've got.
She'll move just the 30 while being sneaky and purposely trying to keep an eye out and
Okay.
and see if she can spot where this magic user might be or where he could be.
Okay.
And avoiding
So
the dragons at all costs
okay.
by herself.
So you are basically trying to circle around you are about 120 feet, almost, a little less than that, away from where the dragon's heads are, but now you're trying to move out and around. It's going to take you a while to kind of flank around and see if you can even get in range to see where that spellcaster could be, because he is definitely outside, as far as you can tell, of the 120 feet where everyone is looking from.
No, that's fine. Like
Because
I said,
it's
that's why
stealthy.
I'm really glad she got a nat 20 on her stealth.
Mhm.
Because she's avoiding the fighting, she's avoiding the dragon. She's purely focusing on trying to find where that spellcaster was.
Okay. All right, so that's your turn. And it is now Moss's turn.
Let's see. What is Moss gonna do? What will Moss do? That is a loud clickety clack from down there. Believe he is just going. He's going to hold his action to do a fairy fire on one of the dragons, and he is holding his action for Janjo to move, and immediately afterwards, Janjo is moving 60 feet towards one of the dragons.
Okay.
Let's go with the red one.
Okay. So Janjo is now 60 feet closer to the dragon, specifically going towards the red one.
All right, and as that happens, then he's going to try to cast Fairy Fire on it. It's a Dex 19.
Okay. Dex 19 it is. Hold on. Alright. So, okay. Where's that? There we go. Okay, so it fails.
So you watch as you see a small kind of like cogwheel for a second as this image of like blue flame appears, and the cogwheel turns slightly as the rest of it sheds this bright light on this red dragon. All right,
Okay.
you can hit it a lot harder now.
Okay.
That is his turn.
And because it
Okay.
glows within 20 feet, a 20-foot radius from the dragon itself, doesn't it light up that area?
No, the only real effect of it is that the target of the spell or whatever's in that spell, you have advantage to hit.
For
That's
the duration, objects and affected creatures shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. So it is a 10-foot
light.
radius.
10 foot, yeah. So it's not a lot of light.
But it is glowing light in what was a dark area. So wouldn't that increase the
Right.
field of vision?
Not enough.
Okay.
And 10 feet.
It's only a 10-foot radius.
It increases it for 10 feet.
That's it.
I can see almost 10 feet further.
All right.
And
So
that-
that is your
that is-
turn?
Yep.
Okay. So you have moved up there, and all of a sudden, let's see here. And what do I want to do? Okay. So from Darius, Spoon, and Jean, I need dexterity saving throws, please.
Is it magical?
It sure is.
Just counterspell it.
I can't see them.
16?
17.
23.
Okay. So, Spoon, once again, unfortunately,
Damn it,
you
Spoon.
have failed. However, the rest of you did make it.
Okay, so
But you, as a familiar looking mote of red hot energy, shoots out towards you at very high speed and then explodes around you in a large fireball, and you take 34 damage or 17 if you passed. And that is fire damage. So if you've got like resistance to fire damage or anything, that does apply. So
the small head shake.
how about you throw some disease at us?
Or poison.
Or charms.
all right, and
God, it's hurt.
that is that. It is now Darius's turn.
All right. So the big lizard's in front of me, right?
How far away?
Yep.
One of them is 6
Because you can only see the head.
Yeah, you can only see the heads. Overall, because they're quite large heads and they had to move into that sight range, we'll say that currently you're about 110 feet away from both of them, except for Moss. For him and his mechanical horse have moved 60 feet closer, so they're only about 50 feet away.
Okay, so I'm 135.
I can't
Yeah.
get close enough.
I can't see them. We need
Say
to
that again.
spread.
Okay. Yeah, I can't get close enough to him yet, so I'm just gonna try to hit him with my long.
Okay, so you're gonna fire your bow at one of them.
Sorry, there's a debate going on over here about how many spell
He
slots
has
I have left.
Evil awareness, so he has two. He only has one.
All right. I'm guessing I'm going to use Hunter's Mark on him. Why not?
Okay.
Am I close enough to use them?
You're gonna have to move a little bit closer because you're currently about 110 feet away. Hunter's Mark has got a 90-foot range, so you're
All
gonna
right,
have
never
to
mind. I'm just
move it.
gonna hit him with an arrow then.
Well, here's the
Oh,
thing.
I can just
You've
move him
got
up.
you've got movement, action, and bonus action. So you could use your movement.
Sorry, I've got two
Which is
people
30.
telling me what to do
Yeah.
next.
Yeah, let him make his decisions, guys. So you got your movement, your action, your bonus action. So you can move closer and still do stuff.
All right. I guess I'll move my 30 feet towards them then.
Okay, so you are
That
now
way I can-
about 80 feet away.
Now I can use my hunter's mark.
Absolutely.
Okay. And now I'm going to attempt to use my longbow.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attacks. And
Ooh,
who
I
are
got
you
a
aiming
nat
at?
20.
Ooh, nice.
I got a nat 20 on the first roll. So I got 33 to hit for the first one. And I'm
Okay.
aiming at the, I guess the glowing dragon.
The red one? Okay.
Yeah. So 20 to hit on that one.
Fuck it
Okay.
up.
Which
that's-
remember you've got advantage. You've got advantage on that one because that one's got the fairy fire on it. So, which you already got a nat 20, so you can't really get any better. On that.
Yeah. So I'll roll that first one. All right. I got another nat 20 with this fucking advantage
Nice.
you just said. And
Yep.
then. Okay, 27 for the last one.
Okay. All three hit. Well, I mean, two nat 20s, of course they hit, but yeah, the 27 also hits. So go ahead and roll your damage, and remember it's going to be
Okay.
double all the dice, and then
I
you
would
add
also-
in the pluses.
Because he has advantage on those hits, does he get his sneak attack damage? On those two crits?
On the first one, you only get it once
Okay.
per turn. Period.
Okay. So I got a lot of math
Well,
to do. So
actually,
give me just.
hold on.
Good.
Yeah, because you have advantage, you do get your sneak attack. So, yep.
Okay. So first one is a 7 plus 5, so 12, and then there's an 8. And then my 3d6, 4, 5, and 6.
I'm just double checking something here. Okay, so here's what it should be. Just so you know, for your very first attack.
I've
because
got
you-
people. I got two people telling me she's trying to discuss something. Sorry.
Here, I'll help you out and make it easy. Because you're
Okay.
getting your sneak attack and you've got Hunter's Mark on it. In total,
Oh, and then plus.
you are in total you're going to be rolling 2d8, and you are going to be rolling
4d6.
8
8d6.
Yes, because those numbers.
Because
dice.
all of the dice
8d6.
double. So you double the amount of dice. Period. All of them.
Double the amount of dice. Okay.
Because you got a crit. And then you're
Put
gonna
your
add
headphones back on so you can hear what he's saying. I don't know what you need to add. Put your headphones back on.
Okay, so I have. Because I'm doing all the adding for him.
Well, it's real simple. He's got to roll 2d8 and 8d6 and then add 5.
So then I rolled 3 more times. So it's a 3, 4, 4. 4 and 6.
So I have.
Jesus.
Just make sure I'm hearing this right. I have a 7 and an 8 from your basic arrow damage, a 4, 5, 6 from your sneak attack, and then a 3, a 4, a 4, a 4, and then a 6,
Mhm.
and then plus 5.
Yep, that should be
And
correct.
do you want to use your fire rune?
On the fire dragon.
Correction, don't use that.
Yeah, I didn't want to use it yet. So, yeah. How much damage was all that?
Waiting to hear the total.
Oh, and that was just for
One arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
101 damage.
Jesus.
Nice.
Holy fuck.
I think. No, hang on. I think I messed that up.
Yeah,
I see what I did wrong. Oh,
Like,
yeah, my
how'd
bad.
that matter up?
It missed one
Yeah.
of the pluses, so the 5 and the 8 turned into 58. My bad.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
I was about
Okay.
to say, I was like, that's
that's
This is one hell of an
amazing.
arrow.
So you did
Mhm.
56 damage
Okay, that sounds a little better.
with one arrow.
Alright. Okay,
Nice.
now your second attack that was a crit. This time there's
That
no
was
sneak
crit as
attack
well.
in it. Yeah, but there's no sneak attack in this one because you only get that once per turn.
Okay.
So this one's just gonna be 2d8 plus 2d6
Hang on,
plus
one at
5.
a time.
So 7, 6,
Okay.
and then what was I rolling?
So 2d8 plus what?
2d6.
Plus 2d6 and then plus 5.
So 4 and 5.
And then plus 5. So that arrow does 27 damage.
Mhm.
And then
Okay.
your third arrow.
Third arrow is-
Third arrow, I can just roll as
Third arrow's-
normal.
Yeah, 1d8 plus 5 and then a 1d6.
So 7 for the first one, and then a 4 for the
16.
D6.
All right.
Now, I have a
Uh,
question. I have a. This is more for. I'm curious. He has a special ability called Colossus Slayer that once a creature is below its hit point maximum, it can take an extra 1d8 damage on that attack.
What are you looking at?
Once per turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can add that in once per
I
turn.
thought that had to be like a weapon
Once
with
you're-
a
An
Like a
arrow is
melee
a
weapon.
weapon.
a bow and arrow is a weapon. It's not a melee attack; it's a weapon attack.
And that would have
In
been
other
on
words, not a
I'll
spell
engage
attack.
my giant's might when I get.
No, that's not Giant's Might. That's your Colossus Slayer, which you can use once per turn.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess I could do that too.
Yeah.
I meant to
So
ask
you-
earlier and I
You could-
forgot.
yep. So you could apply that to your second hit because it hadn't taken any damage until after you hit it the first time, so you couldn't apply it to the first time. But you can do it to the second one, which was a crit. So then you could roll 2d8 instead of 1d8 because it was a crit.
So roll 2d8 and we'll add it to the.
Okay, this is the longest roll I've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 attacks.
6, 8, so 14.
So an extra 14 damage.
All right.
It's
Oh,
dead.
Okay.
What was the calculation
That-
on how much damage was done?
Overall, you did 113 damage.
Nice.
Damn.
Sure.
Then, like I said, I meant to ask earlier and I forgot. And I'm like,
No worries.
because you attack 3
No worries.
times, and then the first attack would automatically bring it
There
below
we
its
go.
HP maximum.
So that was your turn.
Sorry that took so long.
No, that's all right. I mean, hey, first time ever dealing with a level 20 character, but this is what level 20 characters do. Massive
Math.
amounts of damage.
Oh, that too.
hmm
Just math.
They do. They do lots of math. So,
I'd rather do math than math.
now. yeah. Very true. Okay, so. Now, after just having been shellacked by 3 very well placed arrows,
Uh-oh.
this red dragon is pissed. And
I has to piss him off.
it takes to the air
Oh.
in the cavern about 30 feet up in the air and flies towards you guys.
Oh, fuck.
And
Away from.
I need from everybody a wisdom save.
Everyone a wisdom?
Even me?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, 26.
Wait, is this a charm or
Oh,
something of the
on-
like?
Nat 20.
It is its frightful presence.
Is that a charm?
No.
It's not a charm. It's different.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I had to use
Not
my advantage or
20,
not.
19.
I got a
No.
29.
Okay, so hold on. So again, we'll go around the cameras, so to speak. Okay, so Spoon.
20.
Okay, Gene.
26.
Darius.
20.
Okay. Moss
18.
and Dalian.
29.
Okay. So, Moss.
Yep.
You, as this dragon, comes up into the air and begins flying, excuse me, right towards you. This impending sense of fear and just dread washes over you, and you are horrified at this, the presence of this thing. You are now suffering from the frightened condition. You can repeat your saving throw at the end of each of your turns, ending the effect on a success. And basically what it means is you cannot willingly move towards it as long as it is within your sight and you're still under the effects. Okay. But as it comes up and is coming right over you, right as it gets towards you, I need everyone but Dalian to make a dexterity saving throw.
Again.
Is it? Would it, in a sense, be leaving my range, passing by me, or is it high enough in the air that it does not matter?
Unless you can reach 30 feet, it is not in range, so it wouldn't be leaving your range.
Haha, well, I could reach 30. And this is a dex save?
Yes.
Magical
Dexterity
effect,
save.
or just regular dex?
No, not a magical effect. This
Yeah,
is...
I figured what it was.
Yeah.
I got a 20. 15
Okay.
plus 5.
That is a 27.
I got a- Oh my god, I got a
didn't even roll my advantage.
Hang on, he forgot he had advantage.
Yeah, it's still 20.
And Gene?
19.
Okay. So, only Moss made it.
Woo!
As
Oh, shit.
everyone else, this dragon belches a just torrent of fire in this cone that sweeps out, catching all of you. Actually, let me see. Actually, Gene,
Did you have you have to roll a d20 for that?
No, that's just you
Damn.
saving throw, which is what you failed. Gene, you're actually just outside of the range of the cone
Thank you.
because you haven't moved up.
Yeah, no.
So you're just outside of it, but the rest of you are in it. As this torrent of fire spews forth from its mouth and washes over you, and you take 52 points of damage.
I'm going to
26
use
if you
Uncanny
save.
Dodge.
Okay.
Save.
Spoon is down.
Spoon, no!
I also would have been down by 1 point.
Yeah, I'm going to use Uncanny Dodge, so that halves it.
Yep, that halves it.
So you
Okay,
would
so-
also take 26.
Damn.
Damn.
It
Okay.
is now Gene's turn.
Okay. Bonus action. I'm gonna activate my blade song.
Help, Spoon.
I have no way to heal.
God damn you.
I'm too far away to do anything now, and I can't move in that direction.
Well, no, did you move backwards?
I'm in front, and the dragon went over me.
Yeah.
I
So-
can't
Well,
move.
it's actually hovering, like right in front of you.
Oh.
It was heading over you, but it's hovering right in front of you. The party's behind you. It's like right in front of you, but 30 feet in the air, hovering, and it just blew fire. Like if
Okay.
you've ever seen the
Yes.
movie Rain of Fire,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
when it's hovering and blowing fire on everybody, yeah, that's basically doing that.
All right. I will use my action to I grab 4 sheets of paper. This thing is pretty fucking big. As I hurl them 120 feet, as shadow magic materializes a huge shadow dragon that deals necrotic damage.
Oh,
Any of my enemies that can see it have to make a wisdom saving throw. So even though I can see the guy who's like throwing out the magic, if he can see the dragon, he has to save.
Okay.
Your
So,
red-eyes black dragon.
what is your save for this?
Oh, 23.
Send it to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Avenge me.
Okay. And what is the effect if they fail? And what is the effect if they save?
If they pass, they're not frightened.
But if they fail, they are frightened. And
Yeah,
then,
they
that's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then on my bonus turns, I can make an attack. If they want, it does appear to be a real dragon, so they would have to use their action to discern that it's not a real dragon on their
Okay.
attacks.
Okay. So
Very helpful.
both these. Okay. So they do this. All right. And okay. Anything else?
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna action surge, and I will cast as a cantrip since that's all I can cast.
Why didn't we make sure we had potions and stuff before?
Yeah, I know we did forget that, y'all. I will cast.
I'm actually going to say as part, and I didn't put this out before. I'm going to actually say as part of your standard adventuring gear, being a 20th level party, you would most likely have, I'll say, one greater healing potion each.
Okay, well, someone needs to get to our friend. Yeah, so I will cast.
Can Spoon not drink it themselves?
They're down.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'll cast it on the red dragon since it's still glowing, right?
Okay.
I'll cast Chill Touch.
Okay.
Does a 23 hit?
I don't know. Seems a little bit high to me, but yes, it does.
Very bad rolls. All right, 48 damage. It takes 15 necrotic damage, and it can't recover any hit points. And then
All right.
I'll move. Yeah, I'll move 15 feet back just for safety.
Okay.
I'm close to death.
Okay.
Then I'll have my turn.
All right. So that is your turn.
Mhm.
And then this blue dragon
Don't do it.
charges up right towards you, Darius,
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
and it actually takes a swipe at you with its
Ooh.
claws and then tries to bite you.
Bring it on, motherfucker.
Damn, my dragon doesn't get attacked. of
Don't bring
opportunity.
it on too hard, though. I don't want to get bitten at.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you this dice roller that I'm using isn't helping me. So,
Okay.
but does a 23 hit you?
It does. Go ahead and re-roll.
Okay.
I'm using a rune build.
What about a 16?
16 will not hit.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So, none of its attacks seem to hit home on you. It just you're too wily dodging out of the way. You seem to understand your foe too well, and it wasn't anticipating it. So that was actually its turn, and that's all it does. Okay. It is now Spoon. Spoon, I need you to roll a death save. Just a straight 1d20.
Oh my god, it's a natural 20.
You immediately pop to 1 hit point. And you are now awake.
Yay.
Honestly, I've never had anyone roll a natural 20 on a death save in a game I'm before, so that's a first.
Do I get
Nice.
to do anything?
Like drink that potion?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, technically, it's the end of your turn is when you actually. Well, let me double check just to make sure I'm not
I feel like that was
shortchanging
my
you.
action, you know, like
To stop death.
stop death.
Dazed and
I've
confused.
stopped dying.
And then I just like drink the potion.
Is there nowhere to keep track of
Double
death save
checking this.
on?
Yeah,
Oh.
there is D&D
There
Beyond.
is.
You just have to have all your hit points gone, and then it switches.
Oh.
Dang it, where are you hiding? I can't find it right now. I will find it later. I'll just make a ruling that go ahead and let's say it happened at the beginning of your turn, so you still have your stuff you can do on your turn. I'll just make that as a ruling right now because hey, that's fun.
So Spoon, looking at that red dragon that hit it, it's gonna cast a 9th level disintegrate on it.
Okay.
Spoon is mad.
Let me vacate the area, please.
Dex saving 23.
Okay.
Don't make me do it, because I can barely
Motherfuck.
pass that.
I am not liking this dice roller. So it has now used its second legendary resistance in order to pass that.
My level slot at 96 damage, or half to whatever.
Half to whatever, so that would be 48. That's still a lot of damage.
Still, that was my 9th level spell.
I'm just imagining one of its legs like just disintegrating away with that much damage.
Just hit its bottom jaw.
All right.
Just tongues just
And-
hanging out.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to drink that potion.
Yeah.
Okay.
That too soon.
All right. So that's a greater healing potion, so that should be 4d4 plus 4, I believe. Someone can double check that to make sure if they want. But
I will check.
It is now Dalian's turn.
All right, I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing because I'm still rolling off that nat 20 stealth.
Okay, you're
Can I
moving
get my
closer.
movement, too?
You can, yes.
Spoon is gonna just book it towards Jean.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh.
No, thank you.
We're together. We're together.
No, thank you. Just,
I'm
like
fine now.
directly- Not like directly towards her, but like just away from the dragons.
Yeah, no. I'm fine now. I can take hits now. I'm buff.
So I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing thanks to that 30 stealth. Not 30, but nat 20 stealth. So 37. And she's gonna keep moving along, trying to get a beat on that fucking spellcaster.
All right, so
And she's gonna use her
I need
bonus
you-
action for the movement rather than her action.
okay. Because of how far away things are and all the chaos of what's going on right now, I actually need you to roll perception because
Okay.
you have to try to focus and see if you can figure out what's going on.
Okay. This is fine. I still have like a plus 16.
A humanoid, I forgot.
33.
Okay. You see standing back kind of a little ways from where the dragon's bodies initially were and kind of their hind legs. So like a good 30 feet back from where you initially saw their heads. You see a figure standing there now by himself because one dragon has chosen to fly over towards you guys, and the other one charged. You see this figure standing over there. He's still
Am I
a
within
decent ways away
60
from you.
Am I within
Oh, no.
60 feet?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You're taking the long way around, flanking, trying to avoid the dragons, stay in the darkness,
Okay.
and come around to someone who is like 150 feet away from everybody. So you're just now at like 120 feet to this guy.
Okay. That is fine.
Hmm. And is that all you're gonna do?
Give me 1 second. I'm reading one of my abilities that I have.
Which is what?
Dancing lights.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you have the range on that.
It's 120 feet.
Oh, well then.
So give me a
it
second. I
stands
want to
for-
read this to see.
How close did that dragon get to Darius?
To Darius, that blue
Yeah.
dragon's right up on you
All right, cool. I just
Far
want
away
to know.
would that
because
blue
that's
dragon
it's attacking you.
Okay.
Say again. Say again there,
How
Moss.
far away would that dragon be from Moss?
He is about 20 feet to your left.
All right, I'm going to use my cantrip, Dancing Lights, to create 4 glowing orbs in a line in front of the mage user. Each one sheds a 10-foot radius, so she's
Mhm.
gonna lay it out so there is a 40-foot line of light leading to this wizard.
Okay.
Okay.
And she's gonna
Sounds
do
like
it
a plan.
without giving away her location, so she's gonna be sneaky about it.
Okay. Sounds good. So I will have you once again roll for stealth since you're trying to cast a spell and be sneaky about it. No worry, we are probably just about done, especially with all the damage you guys are doing. Because I got the same thing. I gotta be to work. I gotta be waking up in 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Shit, man, that's not a lot of time to sleep.
I
No,
got a 16 plus 17.
okay, that is way too high. All right, so yeah, you pretty sure you were sneaky about it, and then that is your turn.
Yep, so
So
can they
you-
see him now?
Those that are close enough definitely can. Gene, you can see some light in the distance. You can't make out because it's just beyond your dark vision a little bit. You can see the light. You can't make out if there's anything but the light back there. But the rest of you are within close enough that you can see, hey, there's a person back there.
Now here's another thing. Because of how many years we've been traveling together, would Jean recognize my dancing lights?
Not necessarily, and right now it is not your turn. It's in the heat of combat, and it is Moss's turn.
That was more for like my knowledge, not so
Okay.
much like during the turn.
So,
Yeah.
But y'all can see him now.
goodness, trying to think. Does it seem like these dragons are under control in any way?
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay, I can do that. That is a 22 in total.
Okay, you would estimate, based on the way that these dragons are behaving and the size of them, they aren't acting exactly how you'd expect these deadly creatures to act.
Okay.
Because from everything you've read about them, they are so vicious. They can unleash so many deadly attacks in such a short amount of time.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like they are doing that. It seems like they're more focused on doing, I do this, and then I do this. Translation, it doesn't seem like they're using any legendary actions. It seems like
Someone is.
they are
controlling.
just, someone is having to think about, you need to go do this.
Okay.
And those legendary actions that would basically have them doing shit every
So,
second, basically.
Moss
just what's happening.
Moss is going to, since he cannot move towards the red one at all, he's going to hold his action, so he will roll to see if he gets through that frightened effect on the red dragon. But he is holding his reaction to use Greater Restoration when Janjo moves him towards the blue dragon.
Okay, so the frightful presence roll is at the end of your turn.
Yes.
So you'd have to.
He's holding.
You'd have to. Yeah. So if Janjo's gonna now move towards the blue dragon, then.
Yep.
Okay.
Give me a second. Okay, I do not pass that. So, he goes up to the dragon and places a hand on as close as he can get to the thing.
Mhm.
Is it on the ground still, correct?
Yeah, the blue one is.
Okay. He places his hand on it, and he casts Greater Restoration. And in the moment of saying it, he just goes, "Help us take out the fool that captured you."
Okay. I need you to roll a 1d20 plus your casting modifier.
Plus my casting modifier. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Before I do, I want to read what the spell does, just in case that does change things.
Okay.
You imbue a creature you touch with positive energy to undo a deliberating effect. You can reduce the target's exhaustion level by 1, or end one of the following effects on a target. One effect that charmed or petrified the target. One curse, including the target's attunement to a cursed item. Any reduction to one of the target's ability scores. One effect reducing the target's hit point maximum.
Yep. Yeah, I need you to roll the 1d20 plus
that's
your casting stat. And I'm not talking just your like for a wizard, your intelligence was. I'm talking like basically like your casting spell attack modifier.
Yeah, so
I
a spell
want the
attack.
full thing. Yeah, the full thing plus your a d20.
Give me a second. Okay, that's about as good as it's gonna get for me. Give me a second to do math now. I don't know. 30 in total.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
I got a 19.
Yeah. So, as you cast this spell and touch this dragon, it stops moving for a second. It stops trying to reach out and scratch and claw and bite at Darius. And it turns and looks at you. And it just blinks for a second. And that's your turn. Okay. Next, as these lights appear in front of him, the human figure all of a sudden casts a spell. Let's see, distance-wise. Towards you, Moss. I need a wisdom save.
Okay.
Can,
It is a magic
um,
spell.
It is a magic effect.
uh,
Yes.
I'd like to use. Can I use my reaction to counterspell?
What is the range on counterspell?
I can. It's 60 feet, but I can use a sorcerer point to double the range.
Okay, if you double it, then you'll be able to get it. So yeah, you can do that.
And I'm gonna do it at a 3rd level.
Okay. So you cast your counterspell. I will need you to roll.
What am I rolling?
For counterspell, what you roll is. I'm gonna have to pull this up because it's been a while since I actually looked at the
Christian, I
roll.
need you in the Discord.
I'm checking. My brain's shutting down.
Okay. counterspell. Come here. So you need to roll a 1d20. See, you are making an ability check using your spellcasting ability. So it's a 1d20 plus the bonus from your casting stat. So you're a sorcerer, so that's going to be your charisma modifier.
Okay.
And then the DC is 10 plus the spell's level.
23.
Yeah, that'll do it. As you feel, you see the magical energies forming at the fingertips of this caster, and you hear him shouting out words, and you quickly go, "Not on my watch," and shut him down.
No one heard
And-
False Walker.
Yes. It is now Darius's turn.
Okay, so how close is this person from me?
They are approximately 90 feet away.
90 feet away.
So
from
you
me.
just need to
Okay,
use your movement and your bonus action and your golden.
So yeah, I'm gonna move.
Or just a
I'm gonna
bonus
use-
action, or just your movement and one action.
I'm gonna use my movement and an action to move up to him.
Okay.
Giant's Might.
All right.
Because you can use your bonus for your Giant's Might.
And now I'm gonna use my Giant's Might, which grants me an extra 1d8 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to attempt to hit
With
him
your sword.
with my sword.
Well, you've already used your action to move up there, so you're gonna have to wait until next turn to actually attack.
I have
He has 3.
2 attacks per action.
It's when you
3
take
attacks.
an action. When you take an
Okay,
Okay, so
gotcha.
don't use the Giant's Might.
The
Just use
attack-
Ash from your bonus action.
you're taking the attack action, and then you get 3 attacks out of that attack action.
So
the
instead
best
of using
thing you could do here, hold on. The best thing you could do here, if you're wanting to get an attack on him, is use, since you've got rogue levels, use your bonus action dash, that cunning action, instead
Okay.
of using your action, and then just taking the attack action when you get there and smacking him. If he's still up,
Okay.
after you hit him and stuff, then next turn, then you could use the Giant's Might to do more damage.
All right, yeah, I'll postpone the Giant's Might. I'll try to do at least one hit with the Vorpal.
Okay.
Are you using your sword?
Sword.
All right, so roll your attack.
Damn it, I got a little stuff back. I got a nat 20.
Oh, God.
Oh. Well, it's not below
Oh.
max hit points yet.
It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't
He doesn't
matter.
need it to be.
I don't need him to be. So that was 34 to hit.
Yep.
And with his sword.
So that's an insta kill.
Yes, it is.
Wait, what do you
He has a
He's
sword
the
that.
spellcaster.
Oh.
So with
And as
his
you-
sword.
Hold on there. So what happens is Darius.
I would love to describe this if I could.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So as Darius strides up this guy, he just gets right in front of him, lets out this big smile, and then just pulls his sword out and just rips it across this dude's neck in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the head is still attached, and this dude is still looking at me going, what?
His sword, when he rolls a nat 20, he can
Yeah, it's
automatically chop off the creature's head if they cannot survive without it.
Well, it's not even if they cannot survive without it. He can chop off their head. They instantly die if they can't survive without one head. So, like, things like a Hydra and stuff like that can still keep going. But, yeah.
Thank God it's not a fucking Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
You
There you go.
just
So-
auto-killed.
Jason, I really
So
like
what
these new
hap-
die you gave me.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, these critical hit aiming die are really good.
Are pretty nice. So, what happens is as the head separates from his body and falls to the floor. Moss, as you stand there right next to this blue dragon that has just for a moment stared at you and blinked, and this red dragon whose terror is flowing through your veins, and it's currently looking menacingly at both Jean and Spoon, who are just a little ways back. You see the expression on the blue dragon's face seem to soften even more. And you feel a kind of a thump behind you as the rest of you see the red dragon land gently, fold its wings, and look upon all of you.
Look upon my black dragon.
Are you gonna me?
Which it sees that up there, and it goes in Draconic, for those who can speak it.
I can speak it.
Interesting magics. I would like to learn that trick myself one day. However, you have intruded on our lair, and you hear again in Draconic, but this time from the blue dragon. Yes, you have. However, and then the red dragon, however, and then spoken in unison by both of them. And for some reason, those of you who can't speak Draconic, you still understand the meaning of what they are saying, as it seems to penetrate your minds instead of just your ears. As they say, "You have freed us and our brethren. For that, we allow you to live. But for now, you must leave. For our mercy will not hold up for very long."
Dalian's just gonna like undo her stealth and push her hood back. Is like, we need to go.
Ow.
And she's just gonna like jog over to the rest of her group, and she's like, "I'm so glad I was able
How do
to
you
get
get a
it to where you
name?
could see him."
I need it for a story.
Spoon makes the grabby motions for everyone to like grab onto them, and it's just like, okay.
Do we need to take anything from the guy before we go? No.
I'm not testing the dragon's patience.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
That's the
leave.
game so that I can have
Leave.
things for stories. That's it. He's currently still standing next to the two of them.
Yep.
I wink at my dragon to make it attack when we leave.
No.
Dalian, she's just gonna look at Darius and go, "You would be doomed without me."
Thanks for leading the way.
And once Moss has come over and they're all
I'm still waiting for a name.
What was that?
Moss had asked the two dragons for their names for stories.
Ah, okay. I hadn't heard that before. You actually hear in your mind as both of these dragons turn and are walking away from you guys back into the darkness. You hear, "Our name is Death."
Edgy.
And that's all they say.
Okay, Lord of the Rings.
Alright, so. Death and Death. Well, I guess they're both. Alright, let's go.
and Spoon will just
I'll think of something cooler.
grab a
All right. And that will be it. It is an hour past when we normally go, but I
That
wanted
was
you guys to be able to do this.
That was
And
awesome.
hopefully,
Yeah.
hopefully you guys had some fun.
Yeah.
But thank you for everyone who watched and who stuck with us for the whole time. We appreciate it. And I am exhausted, and I'm sure my players are exhausted as well. I will be doing a build stream tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, excuse me. But I will tell you, I may not be as lively because I will be totally worn out since I got to get up in 5.5 hours. So we'll see you next time, everyone. Bye.
Good night.